Hello. Hi. How are you doing? I think we were functional now. Sorry about that. I just needed an extra couple of minutes to brew some coffee. Look at that. It's not even in a coffee thermos. It's in this giant Xbox Live thing that I got at PAX Prime a couple years ago. It's not really designed for coffee. It's like a water bottle, but yeah, whatever. It'll suffice. So can you guys do me a favor? Confirm audio and video and all that fun stuff. Okay, this is gonna be way too hot to drink at this point, but I got a shit ton of coffee, so I think we'll be ready. So far, it looks like I can see myself. How's the sound? Does the sound okay? It never needs to sound great, just acceptable. Video quality, obviously not that important, but so you guys tell me. I will wait on your feedback. While I'm waiting, I'm assuming it's working. If it's, hey, Dreamcast channel, Jonathan, what's up, man? You have the questions. Good. Okay, so people have questions. All right. So, yeah, here's basically the structure for how I want to do this. I like to do a lot of Q&As. Obviously, I don't know how long this is going to go. We'll just go until I can't. So the first thing you need to know is I'm flying to Japan really late tonight. So I'm not going to be doing this forever. My flight's at like 6 a.m., so I'm probably not going to sleep at all. But I wanted to give you guys a video before I go. I'm going to have a couple of videos that come out while I'm there, so you guys will have some stuff to watch. But yeah, I'm basically just going to do Q&A. I went to Los Angeles recently. I can tell you guys about that. That shit was a lot of fun. And I have a mystery unboxing that will happen in this stream. Something I bought that was stupid that I probably shouldn't have bought, but I did it anyway. I mentioned it in the previous playload, but we'll talk about it. But let's get it started here with just some basic questions. Already there's 110 of you watching. Thank you. So, all right, lasagna or pasta? I think in general I would go with pasta, but I do quite enjoy lasagna. PVM versus FrameMeister. I've seen PVMs in person. They're like old broadcast monitors. The video quality on them is very nice, but they're not really practical. FrameMeister would be the more, I know it's expensive, but it would be the more home practical solution. Granted, the price on that does kind of screw it. So I think PVMs would actually be cheaper. They're just not really, I don't know, they take up more space and all that kind of stuff, so I don't know. Let's see here. If you hear some buzzing, I'm getting a phone call at the moment, which I shouldn't be. I will have to text this person and say I can't take a call right now. All right, I will just leave that generic text. Why am I going to Japan? I'm just going there for a trip. I booked it a while ago, and I'm going to have a lot of fun, I hope. I've always wanted to go to Japan and just see things. Obviously, go game hunting. I'm sure I'll make videos about that kind of stuff. But yeah, should be a lot of fun. I'll be there for 2 weeks, and then I get back here. Any new Switch games you buy? No, nothing recently. Although there is a new game called No More Heroes or something like that. I can't remember what it's called exactly. It's a GameStop exclusive. I haven't had time to go pick it up. It's like $20, physical edition. I'm gonna do that at some point. Probably, obviously, when I get back from Japan. Least favorite Zelda game. I'm not the best authority on Zelda titles because the only two I've ever completed are the two on the NES. I know, sacrilege. On my other channel, Game Society, we actually just did a live stream of Link: The Faces of Evil for the Philips CDI. That shit was a lot of fun. We used, because I have all this, like people were mentioning with the FrameMeister, like I have all this random shit like that for getting the best video quality and stuff, and so you're talking like $2,000 worth of equipment to stream fucking Link: Faces of Evil, because the CDI that I have was given to me by a buddy of mine in Austria named Ronald, and like he modded it and he totally restored it, and it's got RGB out and it looks amazing. Now the FrameMeisters are worth a hell of a lot more than they used to be. Then I had to run it through all sorts of extra devices to be able to get the CDI to live stream in the first place. But yeah, it was an expensive endeavor, or would have been if we'd set out to do that. Since I already own that stuff, I guess you can't really say it was, but yeah, that we ended up streaming that game and it looks fucking amazing. Everyone thinks it was like emulated. It's like, nope, here's the actual like Philips CDI controller, motherfucker. So it was fun. If you want to check that out, go to Game Society Pimps. That's the other channel, and you can check out the stream. It's like 2 hours of us suffering through that game, basically. Well, I do Let's Plays of Super Mario All Stars on my PAL SNES. There's so many reasons none of that is gonna happen. I don't do Let's Plays. I don't want to fuck with Nintendo. That's a lot of game time, and why would I use a PAL SNES? I'm in North America. What did I have for lunch today? I had Matar Paneer, which is Indian food. Favorite Sonic game? Sonic 2, Genesis. Although potentially Sonic Adventure. It depends on the day you ask me, but I think I would generally say Sonic 2 on the Genesis. Once I complete my Wii U collection, will I do a video tour of it? Well, there's nothing to tour. There's not enough Wii U stuff. It's just like part of a shelf. Would I theoretically make a video where I show all the titles? Maybe, but I don't know how interesting that actually would be. Am I a fan of Rick and Morty? Yes, I have the first 2 seasons on Blu-ray. I haven't watched anything from season 3 yet. I want to, but I'm the kind of person who prefers to have the whole season done before I watch anything, even though I know that show it doesn't have a whole lot of canon of activity, but it does have some, enough that I would want to do that. Can I talk about Sorel and Fisco Bierlich? I did. That was in the latest episode of Playlo. Those are like 2 little jars I got from the Bahar Bros. It's like a hazelnut spread. They were both really good. I finished them already. Do I like Sonic 3 with Knuckles? Yeah, I liked it. It always felt like the game was kind of incomplete without it, and I'm sure that was kind of the point. Wii U disc drive add-on for the Switch confirmed? No. I can't imagine Nintendo would ever even entertain that idea. I mean, it does have a USB 3.0 slot on the dock, but I'm sure that was there for whatever the fuck they decide to do with it. I can't imagine they're actually gonna use that for that kind of purpose. Am I watching New Samurai Jack? I am not. I never liked that show. Even though Gennady Tartakovsky, the guy who makes the show, he went to my college and everything, and he's one of the people that they like present as a film school, person to be admired. But I liked some of his stuff like Dexter's Laboratory and all that, but and Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars. But never the older one, not the CGI one. Even though I like the CGI one more, but the older one is the one he made. No, I just never really liked Samurai Jack, but it's probably because I don't really like anime all that much, which I know people don't like to hear that shit. Do I think it's possible Sony will release a 9th gen console? Yeah, it's possible. I just don't bet on it happening, and I know whenever people hear that, they're like, but the PlayStation 4 is so successful, how could they not make a PlayStation 5? Are you fucking retarded? It's not about that. It's more like they may just stop making hardware in general because there may not be a demand for hardware in at least local hardware in consoles anymore. You either go with all digital, like a digital type of box, think of like the Ouya, or a streaming device, which is really what they're moving more towards. And I've been saying that for years, using things like PlayStation Now as an app that you would get in all sorts of different tech. Their TVs have that, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? Like, and they just announced that they're going to do PS4 games with that. Just saying, it's not outside the realm of possibilities. No one will actually bother with conventional hardware anymore. But we'll see. Was Teletubbies my favorite childhood show? I've never seen a single episode of it. Scorpio thoughts. Oh yeah, there was that update about it. So it's an impressive piece of tech. But aside from that, we didn't really get a whole lot of information. Like, we don't know what it looks like. We don't have a price point, although the price has been speculated between $500 to $700. It's just not enough information to go off of. But from a technological standpoint, it's pretty much everything I think we were expecting. So I guess it's cool that Digital Foundry was impressed by it. That's a good sign. But if they don't have software to back it up, then it doesn't really matter all that much. Hello from Portugal, says Tiago. Dreamcast is love. What do you think about Shenmue? There's something about a Shenmue question there, but I'm not sure what the question exactly is. Do I know if the Akura Dreamcast HDMI adapter will be released? I pre-ordered, but I was told it was delayed. Well, it's obviously going to be released. I own one. From what I understand, they got way more orders for that thing than I think they were expecting. So they're probably just backed up and probably have a parts shortage. So I think their plan is to just kind of make as many as possible and start shipping them out gradually. I don't work for them, but I have one, so I know the thing exists. Am I going to E3? I have no plans to. I don't live in Los Angeles. I live in Chicago, so I would have to. I don't plan to go there on my own. If for some reason somebody, like some company or somebody, wanted me out there, like every year I get offers for free badges, but since I don't live there, it's kind of useless because I would have to get my own transportation, my own hotel, and it's just not worth it. If for some reason that was covered, although I can't imagine it ever would be, then I would go. Although I was in Los Angeles recently, which I can tell you guys about later if you want to hear about it. Should I buy a Sega Saturn? Why or why not? Pros and cons. Pro is that it's a neat console, has a lot of cool stuff on it that's very unique to it. But the negatives of it are it's purely financial. And also the library, especially in the West, is not particularly wide. Like Japan had like something around 2,000 titles altogether, whereas North America had like 244. Europe, around the same. So unless you're really into Japanese stuff, you're probably not going to get as much out of it. Oh, I just got a super chat from Blade Blur. Thank you. You sent me something a while back, didn't you? Some PlayStation games? I remember this. You're in Ireland, if I remember correctly. If I'm wrong, if I'm thinking of the wrong person, sorry. You just said, okay, I must have got that very wrong. Hope we can chill in San Francisco one day, my friend. Heart. See, that's why it's good to read the message before you start trying to remember shit like that. So, okay, my bad. You're in San Francisco. Funny enough, I will be in San Francisco later today. Sort of, not today, but tomorrow, technically past midnight. Only because I'm changing planes there. So I'll be at SFO for like 2 hours. You have a very nice airport. Thank you, Blade Blur, for the super chat. If you guys are curious what he just did, super chat is a feature where you can basically donate money to the channel, and you get a comment that's highlighted, and I'll just read your comment automatically as a courtesy to you, as a thank you automatically for doing that. I do not request that you do this. It's not a demand or anything like that, although it does help, especially with YouTube's latest round of policies. Somebody was asking me about this before, and I don't mean to use this as a way to just harp on it, but if you guys have been following news, YouTube's run into a lot of ad trouble lately, which if you don't make YouTube videos or if you only casually care about YouTube at best, this doesn't mean anything to you. But to YouTubers like myself, this is where we make our living, this is really bad because a lot of ads have been pulled, a lot of companies backed out, and over this short period, like ad revenue has been sliced by like 40%. So it's not looking good. I know one of the things they did to try and YouTube to try and appease appease ad creators was that they instilled a new policy which does not affect me, which is where if your channel has less than 10,000 views collectively, you don't get paid until that you've reached that point, which doesn't affect me. I'm well past that point. It's an attempt to stop like bots and stuff from making clone content channels. It does hurt up and comers, but it is what it is. I don't blame them for doing that. They want to make sure you're kind of quality enough that you get money out of it. It's not that you have to get 10,000 views on a video before they'll start monetizing that video, although a lot of people have thought that was the case. But fortunately, that's not. But it doesn't matter. There's a lot less demand on ad space right now because of all those companies backing out. So yeah, that's why ad revenue has really, really taken a hit. So thank you, Blade Blur. And he said, I'm from Israel originally, if you were wondering. We exchanged emails and stuff, but I love your work and I wanted to support you. I appreciate that. I have 10,000 subs, but I still don't have a lot of ad revenue, which is why I wanted to help a bit. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You did send me something though, didn't you? I remember it was like some PAL PS2 games, and I want to say a DS game. I don't totally remember. I'm sorry, but I think that happened. What's my least favorite Dreamcast game? It would have to be one of those stupid Japanese date sims. The Japanese library is populated with a fuck ton of those things, and I can't play them, because I don't speak Japanese. So the quality of the content might actually be good, but it's not. It's nothing I'm going to be able to understand or play, so it's whatever. So I would have to go with those. If we're talking about like quality of actual product that I can be sure is terrible, I have to go with the safe answer, Spirit of Speed, 1937 or whatever it was. What is your favorite 5th generation console besides the Pippin? Well, as much as I love the Pippin, obviously, with all 0 games I own for it, Um, obviously it just kind of it generally switches between the N64 and the PS1. It kind of depends on the day you ask me. If I had answered that right now, I'd probably lean more towards the N64, but tomorrow I might be sitting on the PlayStation. As much as I love the Saturn, and I think the Saturn is neat and unique and interesting, I won't lie to you and say, like, oh, it definitely has the best library, and here's all these examples I can throw at you, because I can't. Like, I like the games on there, but nothing on there ever really just won me over. I think it's just more of an interesting console with a unique library rather than, like, shall we call it a successful or popular library, if that makes any sense. But then again, that's from the American perspective. If you were in Japan, you'd probably dispute that. Which is better to me, the PS4 Slim or the Xbox One Slim? I don't own the PS4 Slim. I think the PS4 Slim is a completely pointless device. The Xbox One Slim is useful only because of for 1 year, and as soon as Scorpio's around, then it won't have a purpose. Where the PS4 Slim, to make sure you understand, would have been useful if the PS4 Pro didn't exist. Since it does, I don't know why we care. Randall Cornick just gave me $2 Canadian. So you must be from Canada. Do you find open world games are getting tiresome? I kind of talked about, I think I talked about this on a recent Q&A as well. In fact, it sounds like you might have asked me that same question before. Are you trolling me? No, I'll answer your question. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But I find that they're kind of getting out of hand. Like, we're getting way too many of them too quickly. But if that's what people like, that's what people like. You know, until that fad, if it ever goes away, then, you know, we're just going to keep doing this. I would like them to go more towards that style of not focusing on making it big just for the sake of making it big, but making it detailed for the sake of making it immersive, which is the same case I've made before. Like, I know everybody thinks, like, the only game I ever played was fucking Shenmue, because I always mention it all the time, but that game was open world, but focused more on the detail of the universe rather than making it like a massive grand scale game. And I don't know, that really helped with the experience of getting into the game. Like, if you play something like Ghost Recon Wildlands, which is a game I fucking loved, absolutely loved, as detailed and nice and big as it was, like, I never felt like I was there. Just because it can't do that. Whereas, you know, something like Shenmue has that capability because it really tries to trick you by being like, we're going to take all the time to animate an orange that you can pick up and make sure you can look at all the details in the orange. It's just, it becomes more realistic. That's kind of my opinion on it. Am I looking forward to Yooka-Laylee? Not really. I kind of was, but some early reviews of that game said it was, like, not that interesting. And I really wanted a physical Switch version of it, but I guess that's not happening now. So we'll see. I mean, I think I ordered it for the Xbox One a long time ago. I honestly don't remember. So we'll see. Do I like Kirby? Yeah, man. If I remember playing Smash, I'm always playing as Kirby. Kirby, obviously, I played a lot of Kirby's Dream Land on the original Game Boy and stuff like that. And that shit was a lot of fun. I don't remember ever liking any of his console stuff, though. Like, the handheld stuff I always thought was great. Kirby's Dream Land 2. But the home console stuff I never got into. I know it's kind of ironic coming from me, since I'm always the one saying I don't care much about handhelds. But, hey, a good game's a good game. Do I think Shenmue could work in VR? Potentially. I mean, like, maybe as a mini game inside there or something. So here's something I want to tell you guys. It kind of segues a little bit into my trip out to Los Angeles. While I was out there, I got to go to Machinima Studios. And they have this big VR setup. Like a big room that's just a giant green room. It's all painted. And they have an HTC Vive in there. And they let us play a bunch of different games in there. And film ourselves doing it. And I got to play Bar Brawl, or Drunken Bar Fight, sorry. And it was immersive. It was fun. I ended up punching an actual wall. That was a fun little story. But my point is that I enjoyed VR in that type of setup as opposed to, like, just sitting on a chair with a VR helmet. It was much more immersive that way. But it did convince me of how unbelievably impractical VR really is. Because for the only way that really worked was to literally have this giant studio space that a ton of people must have spent a shit ton of money on building. If you want to see what I'm talking about, we posted again on my other channel, Game Society Pimps. We posted a video of this called GSP Plays VR or something like that. The still is literally like me versus a bunch of like digital, VR combatants. And you can see, first of all, it's a very unique way to shoot a VR video. I'm sure you'd get something out of it, but you can also see me punch a wall. But yeah, I know that wasn't exactly what you asked, but yeah, it made me think of that because VR. A lot of people think VR is like the future, and I think that's what the 80s thought the future was going to be. I think VR is neat. It has a lot of cool capabilities. I think just at the end of the day, though, it's completely impractical because it requires so much special and unique hardware to really get the most out of it. We'll see. How did I become so confident in the way you speak and express yourself? Am I? I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, I don't dispute that I'm at least a decent public speaker. Like I do it here, and I've done it at conventions, go up, do Q&As. I've even done eulogies, believe it or not. I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know. Like I can't say I was bad at it and then went to a class and learned anything. Like that didn't really happen. Like I had the required level of basic public speaking skills. But I don't know, man. I think it was just years of doing stuff on YouTube because really when you're talking to a camera, it doesn't feel like there's another person, but you're essentially addressing it like there is. And the more you do that, you just kind of get used to it. And so right now, even though I know there's 180 of you watching, to me, it still feels like I'm just sitting here looking at a camera. And then I guess that skill just kind of translates to, all right, now I'm standing in front of a room of these people, but it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, this is all cameras, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I never really put that much thought into it. Steven has linked the video of me punching walls if you want to see it. Why is Shenmue 3 not on Xbox One? Well, first of all, the Xbox brand is essentially non-existent in Japan. That game is completely a Japanese intended project. But the most practical reason is that Sony coughed up a lot of money for promotion and advertisement and publication of that game, not development, but the rest of that. And while we don't know this for certain, I would assume one of the conditions of Sony fitting the bill at all in that regard was exclusivity, at least console exclusivity. And Microsoft's lack of interest probably didn't help either. So it would have made no sense to end up on the Xbox One. If they were to say, open it up to the Xbox One and say, hey, we're going to do Xbox One development, they would have to somehow guarantee that they got more funding from doing that than they would the loss of all that Sony publication money, which you're not gonna match. Sony would have literally put up millions of dollars in publication and advertisement abilities, whereas fan funding is not going to equate or exceed that. So it was just a business move. And it wouldn't surprise me if they never even really considered it, to be honest with you. Like I said, it's entirely a Japanese team, and the Xbox brand is so irrelevant in Japan. It's hard to even come up with like a really good comparison to that. It would be like in the early 90s when you had the choice between the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. Well, in Europe, you had the choice of the Philips CDI. You had that option. It actually sold units there. It was around. Technically, we had it in North America, but really, do you ever remember sitting around and having those three choices and being like having that be a hard one? It was just so fucking irrelevant to you. You probably didn't even know about it. That's kind of how the Xbox One functions over in Japan. Did Atlas stop supporting the Xbox One? I don't know. Atlas is owned by Sega, but as far as I can tell, Atlas kind of does whatever the hell Atlas wants. Sega just kind of leaves them alone. Again, they're Japanese, and if they decide the Xbox, that's all right. That's the thing. They probably didn't care enough. But I don't know the specifics of their deal with Persona. Have I played any of the Splinter Cell games? I think I played the first one on the OG Xbox like fucking years ago. I don't remember it all that well, though, to be honest with you. Adam has anything on the PS. What? I'm not sure what that means. I do have... Are you asking if I have PlayStation content? Yes, I have PlayStation content. Thank you. So what's up, guys? How's your evening so far? It's about 5:30 here. How's your weekend been? Having a good Sunday night? You want to see my shirt? Check out my shirt. This is from my other channel. That's me as Mickey Mouse torturing my buddy Aaron Yonda. We do this show called Disneyland Adventures. Oh, I voice Mickey Mouse.
And I voice Stitch, and I talk about horrible things I'm gonna do to him.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna make him suffer. That's what I do. And then so we just had fans made up artwork of it, and we sell T-shirts of it. What do I think of The Binding of Isaac? I have not had time to play it, although I did pick it up for the Nintendo Switch. Most hated console and why? Do you mean like the worst console like ever? Like, are you talking about like literally like those cheap junk clone consoles that just pop into stores and called like the Go 60 or something stupid like that? Or do you mean like of the significant ones and the cultural impact they might have had? If that's your question, that might be more interesting. What did I think of Peter Moore's recent interview? I didn't actually read it, but I don't know. I'm assuming he said something about Shenmue in there. But, fuck Peter Moore, man. I'll never forgive that guy. For the damage he did to gaming in general. Like, seriously. But whatever. I'm glad he's out of gaming. I really am. Like, long story short with that guy, he's the guy who was running Sega of America. That ended up... I'm not going to blame him for running Sega of America into the ground. That wasn't really his fault. But he didn't manage to pull out of it, even though that was his job. He was the guy who axed a lot of the exclusive titles we would have got, most notably Shenmue 2, from ever hitting North America on the Dreamcast anyway. He did so to grease the wheels to get himself a job over at Microsoft in the Xbox division during the 360 era, where a lot of his policies really led to the Don Matrick era, where you had nothing but Dorito and Mountain Dew ads. That was a lot of him. And then he goes over to EA, and he's doing things like, season passes and all that other bullshit. And fuck him. I'm glad he's gone. I mean, I don't know the man personally. He might be a lovely human being. But as far as his impact on gaming, while he probably raised money for these companies, he did so at the expense of gaming, like for gamers. Has anything on the 8th gen just blown my mind and made me go, wow, this game is amazing? Probably some stuff on the Wii U. I really liked like a lot of Nintendo's titles on the Wii U, specifically the obvious ones like Mario Kart 8 and all that stuff. I don't know if anything has wowed me to the point where it just... I don't know if I can even feel that anymore. Like at my age, I'm 30 now. I don't know if any game is ever going to have that kind of impact on me again, to be brutally honest. I mean, there's a lot of games I really enjoyed, but to be truly just fucking blown away, I haven't felt like that really maybe in 15 years. How long do I see myself making videos on YouTube? Well, I've been doing this since 2009, so I'm closing in on 8 years now. And I had migrated into having it being my career. So I do this channel. I work on Game Society, as I mentioned before. I work on Machinima a lot. I work on Blame Society Films. So I work on a bunch of channels. So it is my primary source of income. And it's been going okay. Of course, it can always go better. But this latest round of YouTube advert pulling that they've done, where most of our ad revenue has been cut like 40%, I'm not going to lie, it is becoming a problem. I'm not saying I'm pulling up ship and I have to stop making YouTube, but you need to understand that YouTubers want to make videos. I want to make videos. I want to be sitting here doing this. I wish the money didn't matter. But the truth is, it does. Because if I'm here doing this, it means I can't be earning income from other things. So like, if I had a 9-to-5 job, and I had to, get, a check to pay my rent and all that kind of stuff, I just wouldn't have time to do this. And you just don't have the time to justify it anymore. And I know that's something people are like, if you had the passion, you should just do that. Tell that to a fucking doctor. Because I'm sure a doctor would love to just help people all the time, but they got to pay their bills too. And unfortunately, that's the problem with all of us, is that we have to pay our rent too. So if YouTube ad revenue completely dies out, I don't know, dude. I don't really have that kind of contingency plan in mind, to be honest with you. But hey, think about it other ways. And thank you again to the two guys who super chatted, because unfortunately, things like super chat, things like Patreon, that is very possibly where YouTube is going. Where the YouTube ad revenue itself is decreasingly useless, or increasingly useless. And fan funding is required to keep people going. I don't know if honestly, if I'm popular enough to survive that. Sorry, I know that's depressing, but so let's talk about something else. Chances of Shenmue 1 and 2 HD collections on PS4. I would say highly probable. When is another matter. Is the Sega Dreamcast worth buying now if you never grew up with it? I would say yes, but then again, I would probably potentially be the most biased person on the internet, considering I do videos all about it. I would ask people in the comments, why don't you answer that one? I would say yes, because I think it's a great console, and it's cool that it still even gets new titles now. But I will say it's now a much harder console to get titles for, because it's much more expensive, because it's more in demand than it really ever was. So, my opinion of the new Power Rangers movie, I literally did an entire 2-hour live stream about that. You feel free to watch that. Long story short, I liked it. The interview mentions a survey that was done with kids during the Dreamcast generation, and their opinion of the Sega, like your granddad, used to be cool, but he even can't remember why anymore. Sorry, John, I'm not totally sure what you're talking about. No, my Switch has not bent. But then again, I keep it in the dock, but I don't keep it powered on at all times. It's possible there just hasn't been enough energy in there to actually do that yet. So thankfully mine's okay. I'm glad I know about the problem now. When will Nintendo get their YouTube content policy working? I don't know what you mean by that, because they're the ones who are responsible for their policy. Their policy is to essentially steal minor earnings from YouTubers who try to celebrate their company by making videos on their games. James Rainier, welcome. Have you just landed? He just got back from Japan. The timing of this is amazing. We figured out he was going to be getting back at like the same time I'm leaving. My flight to Japan leaves in almost 12 hours from now. Well, technically I stop in San Francisco. Chicago, San Francisco, Osaka. I could have done Chicago, Tokyo, Osaka, but I decided if I'm going to have to change planes, I'd rather do it on American soil. I really need to read the interviews. I'm sure I do. Would Sonic Extreme have saved the Saturn in North America? No, but it probably would have helped. It might have bought them another year, although it probably would have ironically hurt the Dreamcast more. Because the best thing the Dreamcast had going for it was that Sega really pretended like the Saturn hadn't happened for like over a year and let the public kind of forget about it. So that when they were marketing the Dreamcast, they could really be like, hey, remember the Genesis? You liked the Genesis or Mega Drive. Remember that? That was the last one. Now here's the Dreamcast. And they just kind of pretended everything in the middle didn't happen. So if the Saturn had hung out for another 6 months to a year, might have even hurt them worse. People forget the Dreamcast actually had a really strong launch. It just didn't do well after that. How do you feel about Sega abandoning its Japanese developers and embracing the West? I hadn't heard that. What are they doing with the West other than that deal with THQ for wrestling game, or not THQ, with the WWE for wrestling games, mobile wrestling games? James is officially back in the U.S. He says Dobuita was beautiful. He went on like the Shenmue tour. Ironically, I will not be doing that. I'll be in Osaka like the whole time, and which has nothing to do with Shenmue. James, not that it's any of my business, but why did you only go there for a week, dude? I mean, from every Facebook post I saw from you, it seemed like you wish you had stayed much longer. People like cookies. That's good. What kind of shelves and drawers do you have your console set up on? Most of them are on these towers by a company called Atlantic. I can't remember anything else about them offhand. But I tried to get all uniform ones so that they would kind of match. But I was very disappointed in myself, or disappointed in the company, I should say, somewhat to myself for not realizing this earlier. Uh, the shelves I got, which are big DVD towers, they're uniform. They go across, right? And at some point, Atlantic changed the style because it's like DVD shelving, and then at the very top, it's one row of like CD, like music CD shelving, and I like those because it separated the music CDs from everything else. At some point, they changed the design so that the music CD part was in the middle, and then it was DVDs above and DVDs below, even though it was the same height. So you can't put them next to each other because then they're not really balanced, and if you're somewhat OCD, then it's really going to bother you. So I had to kind of like reconfigure my setup to, because like they discontinued the version I liked, and so I couldn't get that anymore, which really pissed me off. But hey, it's in the past. James says he'll message me about it later regarding why he went there. Well, go ahead and send me the PM. I'll take a look at it later. I'll probably read it when I'm getting ready to go to the airport. Have you heard that Sega might bring back Eternal Champions? If so, do you think this will happen? I hadn't heard about it. I don't know, man. I never know what the hell Sega's gonna do. For a while there, it seemed like they just weren't interested in making video games at all. And since they acquired Atlas, they at least seem more like interested in trying. So, hey, I'm rooting for him. But it's like rooting for a little kid in a play. Like he's probably not gonna do that well, but good luck to him. Maybe he'll be that one kid who actually goes on to be somebody. How many OG Xbox games am I up to? All right, so to those who don't know, I collect a lot of original Xbox titles. I'm quasi debating getting a full set because they're cheap, but I haven't been focusing too much on it lately. I don't know where I'm at. I want to say somewhere around 300, 400, something like that. But there's like almost just shy of 1,000 titles worldwide. Now I'm going to Japan, but ironically, I actually have all the Japanese titles, so I actually don't have to worry about that. This is a question for you guys. Worthwhile Japanese exclusives for various consoles. If you guys want to like tweet those to me or something, or Instagram, I don't even care. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. Probably the Facebook fan page. All the links for that are in the description. Actually, I would very curious to see what people would suggest I go and pick up. Like I know there was a Switch game, I Am Sensuna or something like that came out on the Switch. That only came out in Japan. Probably gonna pick that up. I'm gonna look for Wii U titles. I haven't really thought about much else, to be honest with you, though. Do I download free content? Depends on the context, I guess. I assume you're talking about video games. If so, like, yeah, but I never really use it, to be honest. If I remember to do it, I do it. Do I have Prisoner of War for the original Xbox? I think so, but I'm not totally sure. Setsuna. I am Setsuna. Thank you. The Emblem? The Emblan. Sorry. Have I tried the recently released Millennium Racer for the Dreamcast? No. If you guys aren't aware, Millennium Racer is a Dreamcast game that was in development and I think completed, but never released, intended for European territories. But it just leaked online in a playable format like just a couple of weeks ago, so you can download it now and play it. Thoughts on a potential release of Power Stone HD Collection? Have that been mentioned? I'd never heard about that. If so, great. That'd be awesome. I'd pick that up. It's really just too bad there was never a third one, because that would make the collection more robust. Because they did that same collection for the PSP, right? I mean, obviously, it would look better, now if you could remaster it properly. But yeah, I would totally be down for that. When I go to Japan, I should go to Hard Off. They have a lot of retro consoles. Oh, believe me, I know all about that place. I watched Luke Morse too, or Luke Morse 1. I watch him. Yeah, no, I totally intend to check out those places. People gave me a bunch of suggestions. Like Finn Gamer, I talked to him very briefly. He was in Osaka like 2 weeks ago, and I asked him a bunch of questions about where to go, and he gave me some suggestions, like this whole district called like Den, something like that. So I'm gonna check that out. Thoughts on Pizzagate? Is that like the whole pineapple thing? I'm indifferent. If you want pineapple on your pizza, put it on your pizza. If you don't, don't. Like there are worse problems. Please talk about Mount and Blade. I don't know what that is. least favorite PS1 game. Well, I mean, I don't have a least favorite because that would imply a game I liked, but it was the last on the list of games I liked before the spectrum went to didn't like all the way to hate. And I don't know that specific title. If you're asking essentially which one I disliked the most, like I've said before, the one I had the most violent reaction to was Twisted Metal 3 because I loved that franchise so much, and that game specifically just ripped the heart out of the franchise. Until eventually Twisted Metal Black really kind of restored it. Julian is in the comments. What's up, man? My best Wii game. My favorite is Mario Kart Wii. Yeah, people are saying Pizzagate is all about the pineapple. When I was younger, when I used to eat shitty pizza, and what I mean by that is like Domino's, I would never do that again now. But back in the day when I did that, I didn't care if pineapple was on it. Now, but that, I mean, you're talking about like I was 10 or whatever. I would never do that now, but I'm more particular about my pizza tastes at this point in time. I'm not opposed to it if it's like some weird, like we're gonna have Hawaiian themed pizza with all sorts of weird shit. Like pineapple is not something I have to pick off. The things I have to pick off are things like green onions or olives. That shit's fucking gross, but that's just a personal preference. Pineapple, I got no issue with, but I certainly never seek it out. Thoughts on Xbox 360 games on the Xbox One? I'm glad that they're still doing that. I got to be honest with you. I thought Microsoft was going to drop that because the whole point of it was to help get Xbox 360 users to switch over to the Xbox One. Much like the original Xbox compatibility updates that they were doing for the 360 were to try to achieve the same thing. And then they abandoned it only like 2 years in. Now, granted, we're not at that point. It hasn't even been a full 2 years with the Xbox One. But they do seem to be doing it more actively than they were with the original Xbox compatibility. And so we'll see how much longer they keep doing it. They seem to still be making it a priority, probably because they're doing that Xbox Games with Gold thing, so they're giving away more and more of those things. And it continues to make their library more robust. And I think that's, in a weird way, is one of the brilliant things that they're doing, is they're essentially giving you new Xbox One games through the 360 instead of focusing on giving you actual Xbox One games. Like, Xbox One exclusive content is slim at best. So if they can increase the overall value of that package by saying, hey, it also plays all this Xbox 360 stuff, and there's a shit ton of those, that's really, I think, what they're going with, in my opinion. What's wrong with Domino's? It exists. That's the problem with Domino's. Fucking gross. You could not pay me to eat that shit. Like, if someone super chatted me right now, it's like, here's like $100. You have to eat one slice at Domino's. I'm going to find a way to return that money because I would not eat that shit. That shit is fucking nasty. That might sound snobby, but it's just, you try real pizza. You go to Chicago, New York, Italy, obviously. Any place that prides itself on good quality pizza, you will not eat Domino's ever again. You never will. Like, I had friends who worked at Domino's, and they were like, dude, never eat this shit. Every single component of it comes frozen, dried in a box. Every part of it is dried dust at its base. Every element of it, even like the meat, is dry dust. Ugh. Am I wearing pants? Yes, I am. Favorite Star Wars movie? Probably A New Hope or Return of the Jedi. My usual answer was always Return of the Jedi, but upon greater evaluation, Rogue One made me think a lot more about this. I think A New Hope might actually now supersede it because there are parts of Jedi that I actually genuinely don't enjoy. Like, almost the entire first act of that film, like, I don't really feel like that movie gets going until really they're like figuring out, okay, now we're gonna go blow up the Death Star. Like, that's the whole act of the movie. Like, all the stuff with Jabba, I never really cared all that much about it. And Rogue One, of course, really sets you up for wanting to watch A New Hope. So I think I'm gonna go with A New Hope. I know people love Empire, and I do too, but it never was my favorite, probably because it was too in the middle. I mean, literally, that's what it is. So it requires a previous film, and it obviously ends on a cliffhanger. So it's obviously a great middle act of a 3 part chapter, but as a standalone film, it doesn't necessarily work. as well as the others do. But that's, I mean, I'm sure all sorts of people will debate that. Was Blue's Clues my favorite childhood show? No, I actually really hated that show. I found it like insulting to the intelligence, to be honest with you. Um, would I collect Transformers figures? Dude, I used to collect fuck tons of those things. I still have a bunch. I still have them. I never got rid of them. They're mostly at my house, that a house I grew up in. I have a few of them here, but only like, anniversary Megatron that looks like the actual Megatron, stuff like that. And like the only ones I bought recently were Optimus Prime, who turns into PS1, or Megatron, who can turn into a Mega Drive, aka Genesis. Those are just because of the video game Transformer crossover. But yeah, I beyond that, I don't really collect them anymore. Like I really kind of lost interest as soon as Bayformers, Michael Bay's first film, really started it. It kind of killed that for me. But upon further analyzation, when I go back and I think about all the shows they made, where it really died for me was after Beast Machines. Like I liked Beast Machines because I liked those characters from Beast Wars, but I tried watching all those anime ones they kept doing, like Robots in Disguise, which nobody remembers that one, even though the toys from that one were fucking great. But the show was mediocre at best. And then when they just kept going anime, it just killed it for me because I never liked anime. Like I literally get headaches watching anime. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just like the animation style itself like actually fucking hurts my brain. And so I was like, I can't get into this at all. And that's probably what did it. Favorite childhood shows, though, in that regard, actually Beast Wars, the one right before Beast Machines, was one of my favorites, if not my favorite. A lot of Nickelodeon stuff, Rocker's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, Power Rangers, obviously, as mentioned before. A lot of stuff like that. Why do I hate Blue's Clues? It might have been a timing thing. Like, I don't think Blue's Clues really struck until after I was really past that age. But Blue's Clues, to me, always came off as, like, little bit smarter than fucking Barney. Like, it never really was something I thought was a good thing. But I might have just missed that. I don't know. Have I ever considered doing retrospective on handhelds? I'll probably do that eventually. Always wished there was a Unicron for Gen 1 Transformers. There was. It was never released. There were 3 prototypes. I've seen one in person. I went to a BotCon 2001 in North Carolina. BotCon's a Transformers convention. I used to go to those. There was like a span of like 5 years. I went to every single one of them. Most of them were in the Midwest. It was like Indiana or Chicago or like Wisconsin. And one year it was in North Carolina, which is obviously nowhere near there. But I convinced my mother at the time. I was like, we gotta go. I gotta see this. So we went, and just a guy who had one of the prototypes brought it. And not only did he not keep it like behind a glass case, he just kind of kept it next to him. And we would just, he just let people walk over and just like take pictures with it and stuff. And I have a picture of me with it somewhere. I can't imagine I would ever be able to find it. Kind of like Terry Diebold. He's the guy who owns the Super Nintendo PlayStation prototype. The PS1. Well, the Nintendo PlayStation. You guys know what I'm talking about. He owns that prototype. He's a buddy of mine. And I've got photos holding it. He watches my videos. I don't know if he's watching this one, but I know he watches a lot of stuff I do. And I'll be seeing him at the Missouri Game Con in August. So if you're in the St. Louis area and you want to meet me and you want to see the Nintendo PlayStation prototype, it'll be there. I know he was up in Milwaukee this weekend doing the Midwest Gaming Classic, which I did not go to. Do I like the PS4 Pro design? I like it more than the original PS4. Beyond that, I haven't had much else to do with it because I don't own a 4K TV. So the few games that I've used on it that took advantage of it really only had minor improvements at best, which frankly was expected. So I can't say it's like blown me away. It definitely seems to run faster in general, but that might also be because I have an SSD in it. Do I wish Sony and Nintendo had never split up? Who the hell knows what that version of history would have been like? My guess is that if they had just gone smoothly with that deal, then Sony probably would never have bothered to make the PlayStation that we obviously know now. And they probably would have just been like a manufacturer, kind of like, I don't know, like a parts supplier, almost like Intel was for the OG Xbox. Now Intel is kind of for the Nintendo Switch. But who knows? Maybe they would have just eventually done their own thing anyway. It's hard to say. Ooh, favorite Shenmue or Shenmue 2 minigame? Shenmue 1, I don't know. The thing is, in Shenmue 1, I never really want to play any of the minigames because the minigames are usually the arcade stuff or like darts. I never really feel like in Shenmue 1 there's enough of a reason to play them because you're literally stopping the game to play other games. So I never do that. But in Shenmue 2, it's kind of essential, or it can be, if you want to raise money. So with that in mind, either Zenzong, because it's the easiest way to make money really quickly in that game, or Lucky Hit, just because that shit's fun. Do I like the TV show Hell's Kitchen? I've never seen it. Do you think any current gen game's physical copy will be hard to find in the future and be worth something? Yeah, like indisputably. They would literally be unprecedented for there to be a generation where there weren't rare games. I mean, the Wii U alone already has like the fucking Hello Kitty game on there is like a $500 game now. Turbo something or other, there's a racing game. That one is worth like 150. Somebody pointed out to me lately there was a movie game, some movie called The Croods, and there's a Wii U game for it. That game's in like the $300 range. There's some Wii U titles worth a lot of money. And then the PS4 I know has a few, but mostly they're through like limited run games, like those guys. But that one's kind of a separate thing because they're intentionally limited. But yeah, I don't. Those are the ones that come to mind. And that's mostly because I'm collecting Wii U. I'm not really collecting PS4. I'm not really collecting Xbox One. So I am, but not that intensely. The ones that piss me off are the ones that are store exclusives. I hate this concept. And GameStop is now the most notorious for it. Like I'm looking over there, Song of the Deep for the PS4 and Xbox One, only released physically at GameStop. Why? They're a publisher apparently, but they don't mention themselves on it anywhere. And there's I mentioned it earlier at this stream, there's a game, something called like Has Been Heroes, something like that, for the Nintendo Switch. Also a GameStop exclusive. That's annoying because they're never really advertised that well, and I'll bet you those are the ones that end up being the hard ones to find later. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Transformed. I really like the first one. The one with Rio obviously in it, although that wasn't why. I just thought it was a really good game. The second one is good, but the problem with that game that people don't seem to realize now is if you played it when it first came out, you didn't like it, and there was a reason. They intentionally made it too hard to play. Later they patched it to make it more stable and to make it actually possible to win. And that's the version people mostly play now, and people like it. I in my opinion, I got too pissed off at it initially. I never really went back and spent the time to revisit it. But yeah, ultimately it ended up being a perfectly fine game. I don't know if I could say it's better than Mario Kart 8 necessarily, but it was a pretty good game. If you played the patched version anyway. Oh yeah, people are pointing out Gravity Rush, for example, PS4 is a $100 plus game. I have that, and I mentioned that in the video. I was like, the prices on this are starting to go up for nuts for some reason. I got this now, blah blah blah. I always mention that on Playload. Like whenever I find out about some game that I picked up for that reason, it's usually where I put it. Favorite fast food place? Probably Subway. Favorite in the sense that's the only one I will eat at this point. And, I don't really eat fast food anymore. That's something where it's not good for you, but at least it's not the worst thing ever. Whereas there's no reason to eat McDonald's. You shouldn't do that. And it's tasty. Don't get me wrong. I would actually prefer the taste of McDonald's, but it's terrible for you. When did I get my first Jaguar? I assume you're talking about the console because I don't own a Jaguar car. That would be cool. I only have one, and I got it. I don't remember what year it was. Probably 2003 to 2006, somewhere in there. No, it would have had to have been around 2003 or 2004. Because I was still in high school, and I remember having it in high school. And I bought it. I think I bought it like a used game store. Back then, Jaguars were really worthless. I had the opportunity to buy it earlier when the Dreamcast came out. I think I mentioned this in my Jaguar video. When the Dreamcast came out, I bought my Dreamcast at KB Toys. And KB Toys, to those who remember them, it was an ill-fated toy store. They had surpluses of sealed Jaguars in like every store for some reason. Like they had bought all of the Jaguar inventory and it had just been sitting there for like 6 years. So I remember having the opportunity to buy one when I bought the Dreamcast for pretty cheap. I think it was like $20 for the console and like everything, and I still didn't do it. And I regret now that decision, but you know I was like 10 years old at the time. Is McDonald's better than Domino's? Oh, fuck yes. If you were like, pick one or the other, they're both horrible, horrible things. But at least at least McDonald's actually tastes good. You'll enjoy it until you're like, oh, fuck, why did I do that? Like the whole process of Domino's when you're eating it, oh, fuck, why did I do that? Oh, fuck. Every part of that is fuck. Is Sega Saturn worth collecting? It's a fun collection to have, but the joy of collecting, if you will, is generally the thrill of that hunt. You will not get that with the Saturn because Saturn stuff is fucking impossible to find at this point. I mean, your last chance at really collecting Saturn stuff was at least like 5 years ago. There was a few, like 3 or 4 years ago, I was doing videos where I was collecting Saturn stuff, and I was really into it, but that was mostly because I had this one really good score at a mega replay in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and that I got like 80 fucking games for like nothing because they had just been sitting there on the shelves for years in like mint condition. So I thought, hey, I could do this. There's not that many games. I just took like 80 off. I already had like 40 or something at that point. I mean, I'm like halfway there. Why not? You like never really find them after that, and most of the ones I'm missing are the obvious ones where it's like super expensive stuff. Although I do have Panzer Dragoon Saga. Domino's or Little Caesars? I haven't had I haven't had either of them in years, but I remember actually not throwing up from the taste of Little Caesars, but I still wouldn't eat it. Do I like Giordano's? Yes, I do. Not my favorite, but it's very good stuffed pizza. Not deep dish, stuffed. They're two different things. Have I tried Harvey's while I was in Canada? Yes, I have. Didn't like Harvey's. They had like for a while there, Ruffles potato chips did a Harvey's themed version of it where it tasted like a burger. That shit was amazing. But the actual burgers, no thanks. I find that a lot of burgers in Canada taste oddly like breakfast sausage patties. It's fucking weird. Not necessarily them, although they weren't great, but like there's a place called Wimpy's, which is like the sister chain of Popeyes, I think based on Popeye and Wimpy, the characters. I've never seen one in the States, but I've seen them in Canada. And I swear their burgers just taste like, hey, we put a breakfast sausage in between all the rest of a burger component. And you're just like, what the fuck is this? Papa John's or Pizza Hut? Believe it or not, I've never had Papa John's. What's the best burger place in Chicago? Well, I can't say it's the best, but it's going to be the one I would recommend. There's a place called Hackney's. My favorite burger they make is called the Inside Out Burger. They take like the meat and they put bacon in it and they put cheese in it and they do all this shit, but they actually mix it all into the ingredients. So when you get it, you actually think it's like this blank just piece of meat and with vegetables and stuff on top of it. But you bite into it, it just fucking bleeds cheese and bleeds bacon and stuff. It's so fucking good. I mean, it's terrible for you, but it's good. Do burned games really degrade the Dreamcast CD lens? It completely depends on what version of it you're using. And by that, I mean the rips. So I did a whole video on this, so I'm not going to do this again, but look it up. There's a video called like, just look up my name and put like MIL-CD and you'll see a whole video on it. Long story short, if the software was encoded improperly, and it generally was, then that version of a burned game will do a lot of damage to your console. If it was encoded properly, it's not doing your Dreamcast any favors, but it's not going to send it to an early grave. So that's the short answer. Coke or Pepsi? German Coca-Cola is the greatest soda on the planet. Done. Have I tried Harold's Chicken? Okay. I know exactly what you're talking. Harold's Chicken Shack is a place in Chicago. It's super famous. I've never been there. The one time I ever was like, you know what? I'm gonna make the journey out to Harold's Chicken Shack. I need to do that. I can't believe I've never done it. I walked down there only to find out that the building, I'm not even kidding about this, the building next to it had burned down. Like fucking flames, the fucking building was destroyed like the day before. So Harold's Chicken Shack wasn't open. That was the one and only time I ever tried to go there. It was like, nature was like, no, bitch, you ain't having no chicken. Like, that's just how that worked. That's how that seemed to go. Thoughts on Mad Catz closing? That's actually going to be a subject in my podcast, which is available now on Patreon and will be available at the end of the month to the public. Classic Gamer Dude is leaving. See ya. Do I like Round Table and Chick-fil-A? I assume you mean Chick-fil-A. I've never even heard of Round Table. Chick-fil-A I've never had. Chick-fil-A is not particularly common up here, but I while I could get to it, I know where there are ones. I've never cared. Like, I don't really go out of my way to have fast food, so I'm not gonna eat that. If I really want some fried chicken, I'll go to Harold's Chicken Shack potentially, or someone like more high grade. Oh, I just got a super chat from $5 Canadian from a Big O Rangit. Do you think you will make it to Con Bravo 2017 this year? Well, first of all, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that, especially now with all that YouTube revenue bullshit. Thank you. As for Con Bravo, I'd obviously love to go. Con Bravo is a convention in Hamilton, Ontario, which is about an hour, 45 minutes south of Toronto. I was a guest last year. They have not formally invited me yet. I've made them aware I would enjoy going again if they want to have me. But at this point, they haven't actually come up with guests yet. The most conventions, the way they work is they come up with their highest tier guests first, just to get, people interested. And then they start going after, frankly, what would be me, lower tier. So the only conventions I know I'm going to, there is one in Canada. Actually, the next one I'm going to is in Canada. I'm going to FanQuest in Winnipeg. Granted, that's not really anywhere near Hamilton. But I'll be at FanQuest in Winnipeg. It's probably the only time in my life I'll ever be in Winnipeg, to be brutally honest, unless they do this again and want me back. But yeah, you could check that out. Anybody in that area. I'll be at the Missouri Game Con in St. Louis. I'm like 95% sure I will be at Too Many Games in Philadelphia at the end of June. And the same with AVGC in New Jersey in September. Those are the conventions I know I'm doing, and I think that's the only 4. I haven't been invited to anything else. Con Bravo is completely up in the air, but to answer your question, I hope I get to go. So thank you again for the super chat, Big O Rangit. That's oddly hard to pronounce. And tell me if I got it right. Thank you. Thoughts on the Galaxy S8 and refurbished Note 7? I have none. I hope that it doesn't blow up planes. That's about the best you can hope for with that. Do I like Portillo's? Yes, although I have not had Portillo's in a long time. The Portillo's chocolate cake, dude, that shit is fucking lethal. I mean, like, it's that good. It'll fucking kill you. But also, it's when you find out what's in it, you probably never would try it. So cake, obviously, we all know cake's not good for us. But usually they use cream and they use milk and stuff like that for, moisture and consistency and all that fun stuff. Portillo's took that concept to the next fucking level. They're like, fuck that. We're going to put mayonnaise in it. Their cake has mayonnaise in it. You would never know. You would never know if it wasn't told to you. You probably wouldn't even believe it if you tried it. Because it doesn't taste like mayonnaise. It just tastes like fluffy, creamy, amazing happiness. But it's obviously terrible for you. Have I heard of the LightCon for the Dreamcast? Yes, it's a wireless controller. Oh wait, no, you're talking. Oh, the wireless light gun for the Dreamcast works with newer TVs. Then no. I was thinking there's a wireless controller a guy made. Actually, no, I take it back. I did hear about the LightCon, but I don't really know anything about it. It would require something special to make that work, and I don't have enough details on it to really talk about it. Am I getting the BioShock vibe from the upcoming Prey game? Just based on the promotional art, because that's really all I've seen. Maybe. Beyond that, I don't know. I haven't watched. Are there trailers for it yet? I haven't watched any trailers on it. Ryan says he had Portillo's yesterday with a chocolate cake shake. Yeah, think about that. Chocolate cake shake. Portillo's is a Chicago chain, in case those who don't know. And it's 700 calories. Well, did you enjoy it? Because that's exactly the point. Like, it'll fucking kill you. It's not. You shouldn't eat it, but damn, is it good. Have I ever been to Medieval Times? Yes, I have. I've been to the one in Chicago multiple times, and I've been to the one in Toronto once. There's only like 8 of them. 7 of them are in the United States. 1 of them's in Canada. Obviously, I've been to the Canadian one. Thoughts on Google Cardboard and Gear VR? I haven't used it, and after having done what I did in Machinima Studios in Los Angeles, nothing. No VR experience is going to compete with that. Did you start collecting with certain consoles or series? I mostly started with Sega-based hardware because growing up, I preferred my Genesis over my Super Nintendo. That's kind of where that core love came from. And then but I had a PS1, I had an N64, and those were my consoles there for a while, and I loved them. But then it wasn't until the Dreamcast came out where I was like, that's right, I loved Sega. What happened to them? Because I literally didn't know about the Saturn or Sega CD or 32X. Well, I knew about the 32X, but I didn't care much about it. So I'd always kind of wondered what happened to them. So that kind of reinvigorated my love for them. And then when the Dreamcast fell and Sega basically stopped making hardware, that was like a shocking moment. And I have to think, I'm sure some psychologist would analyze it this way, that part of me thought, well, if I go buy all the other older Sega stuff, Sega will come back because that makes sense. So that's where I started focusing my efforts, and I wanted all the basic hardware, right? Like I never had a Saturn, so I wanted a Saturn. Never had a Master System, wanted a Master System, etc. And then once I kind of got all the base versions and not like all the weird models and iterations and all that stuff, I started doing that with Nintendo hardware and then PlayStation hardware, and it just kind of became a thing. Does my DVD collection compare to my game collection? Not really. I have a lot of DVDs, but I've been shedding them a lot lately in favor of Blu-ray versions. Whereas games are more, you collect them and it doesn't matter what iteration it have. With movies, it's more like just give me the best version and I'm good, at least physically. Is HTC Vive worth buying yet or wait for the next iteration? Well, again, I don't own one, and my one experience with it is extremely warped because it was in literally like a multi-$1,000 studio space just for the purposes of using a Vive. Again, check out the video I did on my other channel, GSP Plays VR. It's just a still of me in a fucking digital bar brawl. It's fucking great. Before you go to Japan, bring a pen with you. You have to fill out a form where you're saying where you're staying in pen. If you write in pencil, they'll have to refill. That's good to know, and that's a good note actually to have a pen with me. I hadn't thought of that because I know about filling out those forms and everything, but I hadn't thought about that specifically. Thank you for that, because I'm always thinking about like last minute shit I need to do, and that's actually a really good one. Jonathan says he enjoyed the stream. He's heading out. Have a good one, Jonathan. Brian says whenever he needs a laugh, he listens to the story about my mother giving me a 2600. Yeah. Atari 2600. What are my thoughts on Sony creating a handheld system similar to the Nintendo Switch? Well, as far as I know, that wasn't announced. I think you're speaking hypothetically. If so, I'd be really surprised if Sony really wanted to try getting into the handheld game again, because they haven't been too successful with that. But Sony has a wide habit of kind of, I know people get mad at me for saying it, but Sony has a proud tradition of copying a lot of Nintendo's concepts. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do that, I guess. But I would hope that they would be financially reasonable enough to realize, no, don't take weird risks. You're not in the position to do that right now. Go with PS4. It's what's working. And my guess is that's where they'll stay. I found GameCube composite cables. What should I do with them? Throw them in the trash. GameCube composite cables are worthless. If you mean component cables, keep those. Saturn backup cartridge seems pretty legit. So I assume you're talking about that thing where you can mod like memory cards, you can flash them to basically act as mod chips. If so, I've never used one. I have seen one. I was at Con Bravo. and my buddy Shane, Rerez TV, and I were up on stage, and a guy just walked up to us and just showed it to us, and he made it sound like he was giving it to us. And then he's like, "It's cool, right?" And then he takes away and just walks out of the room. We were like in the middle of a panel. It was it was weird, but stuff happens at conventions, man. Why do I think Dreamcast emulation is still on the flimsy side? I don't know. I am not the guy to ask because I don't ever use emulation. You play GameCube, N64, and SNES with composite cables. Well, I mourn your loss. You shouldn't be doing that. What kind of car do I have? I have a Jetta, Volkswagen. How are you guys enjoying your evening here? See, I got way more coffee this time, so I'm more prepared. Though it's poorly ventilated in here, I probably should have turned on some air. Do I want a new Sonic game? Yes, in the sense that I want a good one. Sonic Mania could potentially be great, but it's digital only, so I'll never play it. But yeah, I was really disappointed that didn't get a physical release, even though it's getting some weird collector's edition. But whatever. I would have told them, like, I know they're not going to do this because Sega's the only game franchise they have that makes any money is Sonic, so I get why they didn't do it. But I would have told them, let us miss him a little bit more. Take a break after Sonic Boom. Take a break and just stop for a while. Let us miss Sonic so that you have that nostalgia boom to try and bring him back better. Which is, I think, what they're trying to do with Sonic Mania. I think it's just too early, though. Thoughts on Xbox One having red, blue, and white console? I haven't heard if that was a thing. There's an eBay seller from Canada who sells S-video cables for great quality for $13. I'll have to trust you on that. Most of those, that typical Nintendo port you're talking about, the S-video cables for that port, mostly are made like shit. So be careful. Julian says he's having a good time. He says have an awesome time in Japan. I will. If you guys don't know, I leave for Japan tonight. My flight leaves in less than 12 hours. So I'm going to have a horrible night trying to sleep, but it's whatever. I'll be flying from Chicago to San Francisco and then changing planes in San Francisco going to Osaka. Again, I had the option to go straight from Chicago to Tokyo, but then I would have to change planes in Tokyo to Osaka. There's no straight Chicago to Osaka flights. Even though Osaka and Chicago are sister cities, they don't have a direct flight route, at least that I could find. And that being the case, I figured if I have to switch planes, I'd rather do it on American soil. So would you guys like to hear a story? I can tell you a story. I was out in Los Angeles and I got to do a lot of cool shit. You guys want to hear about it? Including, of course, the VR thing I was just mentioning. But you tell me. You tell me. I also have something I want to unbox during this video. Please tell me I did not forget the scissors. I might have. I might be an idiot. Well, I might have something else I can open them with. We'll see. Sorry, I'm just looking around. Have I ever been to Cornwall, England? I've been to England a few times. I don't know if I've ever been specifically to Cornwall. Last Sonic game I cared about. I actually liked Sonic Lost World for the Wii U. I felt like it needed another patch, but it was actually a pretty good game. So people saying yes. The Derrick Rose jersey is legit. I feel so bad for this guy. I know you guys probably don't follow the NBA. He's had his fourth potential career-ending injury and fucked up his leg again. So he's out probably. I don't know if anyone's going to re-sign him after that. But all right, so you want to hear a story since a lot of people are saying yes. Okay, so if you guys saw the last major stream like this, I was talking about how I was going to Los Angeles soon, but I couldn't say why. Now I can because I've gone. So Machinima brought us out, and when I say us, I mean people on my other channel, Game Society, brought us out to check out Machinima Studios, as well as the Warner Brothers Studios. We got to go on private tours of the fucking Warner Brothers lot. So if you follow me on Instagram and Facebook and all that shit, I'm posting pictures. I'm like, yeah, here's the water tower. The Animaniacs are up there. All that shit. I got to walk all around the Warner Brothers lot. It was so fucking cool. Got to see a bunch of cool shit. And so basically we were there to film various projects, and had a really great time while we were out there. We hung out with a lot of cool people. Actually, the first night we were there, we were hanging out with a buddy of my friend Jason, who came with us, was one of us. He has a buddy out there who works for the show Bob's Burgers. Do you guys know that show? It's on Fox. He's like the lead colorist. Anyway, so he gave me some stuff. First, he collects like really weird like toys from like the 50s and stuff, and he has this policy, like if he really likes you, he lets you in your house and he's gonna give you something weird. So this is what he gave me. He gave me this like deformed Mickey Mouse. Look, it has like no arms. It's creepy. It has like a hole in his back and stuff. It's fucking weird. And the reason he gave me this is because he knows I voiced Mickey Mouse for a lot of stuff. But my Mickey Mouse is like sadistic and evil, so this version of him was like, huh, I was installing a new child into the It's a Small World ride, and the little fucker had a suicide bomb vest strapped to him, and now look at me, my arms are gone. Fuck! That's my version of Mickey Mouse. But yeah, so he gave me that. And he gave me an actual script from the show, Bob's Burgers, as well as like a bunch of stickers and stuff for the show, which I thought was pretty fucking cool. So yeah, we did that. Like I said, hung out in the Warner Brothers lot, filmed some stuff. We filmed this live stream where we got to like sell exclusive merchandise for our channel. We also filmed this VR thing, which I highly recommend checking out. Again, it's on Game Society. It's literally me playing virtual reality games in a studio space. And I took it so fucking real, I actually punched a wall as hard as I possibly fucking could. And shit was fun. And then we did a live stream on Machinima's main channel, which was pretty cool. We played like Black Site or Black Ship, some pirate game. It was a lot of fun. And then we did a lot of stuff over at the Warner Brothers Studios, or sorry, Machinima Studios, which is on the Warner Brothers lot. I actually met up with the guys who make the current Transformers show. And so I was talking to them, and I'm a big fan, or I was, at least, growing up on it. And so they actually were like, oh, well, shit, dog, I'm going to give you this. So they actually gave me a poster from Transformers Combiner Wars, which is the show they're working on. This doesn't matter now because I unfortunately did not get the gig, but I had actually, believe it or not, I auditioned for this show. They requested me to audition as a voice for this show. They requested me to voice Metroplex, of all fucking things. I unfortunately did not get the gig, which is too bad because that would have been fucking cool as shit. Metroplex, I'm not sure if he's in this shot. I don't think he is. No, he's not in here. At least I don't see him. But yeah, I could have ended up voicing Metroplex on this show. But that did not happen. But yeah, so I had a really good time out there. We were there for like 4 days. We ended up having dinner with Greg Benson. If you guys know him, he runs Mediocre Films. Overall, just a lot of fun. And I hope I get to go back out there soon. Because it's possible that we will. You never really know. I have a package here I'm going to open in a little bit at some point. We'll wait for a bit. I sound like South Park Mickey Mouse with the Jonas Brothers. Yeah, I'm told that a lot. I can't say that inspired it. In fact, I think I saw it retroactively. I think I saw that episode after I had started voicing the character on other things. How was Japan? I don't know. I haven't gone yet. I leave in like 12 hours. April 9th. Am I from the past? No, I'm here in the present. Are you in the future? You're in Europe, right? I would assume. Or maybe Australia. I'm thinking if the connection is good enough when I'm in Japan, I'll probably do a live stream there. But my guess is only people from Australia and New Zealand will see that one. Favorite bull of all time, Michael Jordan. I mean, that's like the safe, honest, obvious answer. Favorite 6th gen console, Dreamcast, duh. Anyway, how are you guys doing? You having fun? Shooting myself? I don't have a gun, buddy. Some other time. Greetings from Italy. What is your favorite non-mainstream consoles, meaning anything from Sega, Nintendo, Microsoft, or Sony? So basically anything not like that. Well, first of all, welcome. Never been to Italy. I almost went. I was super close once. Um, that's a good question. Probably something. This is just off the top of my head. Probably something weird like the Amiga CD32, something bizarre like that. Or you know what? Probably like the Neo Geo AES. Uh, North Korean tensions in Japan. Be careful, dude. When has there not been? There's been North Korean tensions with Japan since 1953. It never goes away. Any Chicagoland conventions planned? No, I've never been invited to any, which is weird because I would be a cheap ticket because I could just go, but I've never been invited to anything. Like C2E2 is coming up, but I wasn't invited to that. Favorite 7th gen console? It's Xbox 360. Thank you. Says loves the videos. Who's my Mario Kart character? Bowser. What's my retro games budget when I'm shopping in Japan? You know, honestly, I haven't really thought about that. I'm trying not to think about money right now because I obviously spent a stupid amount of money to go to Japan. Although to be fair, I used a lot of mileage to get there. But that was all booked before all this YouTube crap happened. So I'm kind of like, hey, I already paid for most of it. Just, I don't know what I'm going to do when I'm there, though. So we'll see. Modded Wii suggestions. Are you asking how to do it? I've never done that personally. Someone was asking about that Shenmue jacket. I ordered one with a coupon code I found. I actually tweeted it out. I was like, yeah, use this code. You get like, 10 pounds off, which 10 pounds is pretty significant. That's like 13, 14 bucks. Favorite sports game on a console. Actually, the one I sunk the... This is going to sound really weird. The one I sunk the most time into... Actually, that's... When you say sports game, do you mean like serious ones? Like EA stuff or like the 2K stuff? If that's what you're going for... World Series Baseball 2K2 for the Sega Dreamcast. For some reason, even though I don't really like baseball that much, I played the shit out of that. And if we're not counting that, if we're going for like weirder ones, Space Jam, as in the Michael Jordan movie, for the PS1. I, for some reason, put fuck tons of time into that game when I was growing up, even though that game sucks. It's the same shit, like for 10 minutes, like, and then the round ends and it's over. It's not a good game. It's totally unplayable now. But for some reason, I played the fuck out of it when I was a kid. Have I ever met the Game Chasers, Jay and Billy? Yes, I have. I've even hung out a lot with Jordan. I'm guessing that Jay and Billy will be at Too Many Games in Philadelphia, which I will be at most likely. I've met a lot of YouTubers, dude. I'm on a first name basis with a lot of gaming YouTubers. I just don't really talk about it all that much. Who's my Smash Brothers main? Kirby. Is Wii Sports an e-sport? I have no idea. If it is, that's sad. If I had played the original Street Fighter from 1987, like the arcade one, no. The sun never sets on the Nintendo Empire. I guess only in the sense that they operate in most countries around. Well, I don't know if they operate in most countries, but they operate in enough countries that you could always, the sun would always be on them somewhere. Come to Houston, Texas. I was considering trying to get my way to Retropalooza, although they're about to do one, which I will not be available for because I'll be in Japan. I think they do it again in October. If they want me, I would go, but they've never reached out to me. Have I ever thought about doing another podcast with Review Tech USA? So Rich, we did one like a few years ago, and it went fine, but like our schedules just never really work together. And then he works with a lot of other people, and I never really bother him about it. I hung out with him a bit at AVGC back in September, But there was really no discussion beyond that. Like every once in a while, he comes at me and he's like, "Hey, we should do one." I'm like, "Sure," but then it just never really happens. Never really materializes. Like the one we did, we'd been talking about doing for like 6 months up to that point. Like it just our schedules never really synced up. Favorite Mario game? Super Mario World. Scott the Canadian, welcome. Where have you been, you bastard? Everybody in here was missing you. They're like, "Where the fuck's Scott the Canadian? I'm gonna leave without him." Omar has to go. Says, "Have a good night." Good night, dude. Why did Nintendo bundle 1-2 Switch? If I had to guess, I'd say it's because they're not making that much money off the console. I think we recently learned that the Switch costs like $275 to put together. Like not only the console, but the box, the packaging, and to get it on a store shelf. And they're selling it for $300. Nintendo likes to make more money off their hardware. They don't really go for that, losing money on the hardware model. So they're making a little bit of coin on that. But in order for that to work, they had to not bundle a game with it. And I'm guessing that's why. So 1-2 Switch, even though it really should have been a pack-in, that's probably why. That game sucks. It's a tech demo for the Switch. That's all it is. Again, we did a stream on that one on my other channel. Oddly, Nintendo has not come after us for it, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, it's like good once for a few minutes and you're done. Scott says, "I forgot to text him to let him know the start time." Fuck you! I have to entertain the folks. Handle your shit. I warned you earlier today this would happen, and everyone else showed up on time. It was only you. It was only you, Scott. You're the one who fucked it. Everyone tell him he fucked it. Drud has to go. Says, "Hope I enjoy my trip to Japan." Thank you. I'm sure I will. Scott the Canadian was gonna go, but then he's like, he was like a pussy. He decided not to go. He was like afraid of planes or something. I don't know. What's up with that, Scott? Why don't you tell me? Everybody call him a pussy. I'm just kidding. Scott's good. Scott's cool. Classic Game Junkies is awesome. That sounds very familiar. Is that the store in Philadelphia? Yeah, it is a store in Philadelphia. If I go to too many games, my guess is that I will end up at that store, probably at the end of the trip, because that's how it went last year. But if anybody's in that area, I would say just go to too many games because we'll definitely be there. Julian, it's okay if you were late. I didn't warn you. Scott knew. Scott knew he was supposed to be here, and he fucked it.
Ohana means family.
Request to talk about Ohana meaning family, which is a line Stitch says. I voice Stitch. That's probably why they wanted to hear it. Well, I don't officially voice him. I just can. What's in the box? Oh, there's a request for this unboxing, right? Okay. We could potentially do that. I bought something really stupid a few weeks ago. Shouldn't have done it, but I did it anyway. You want me to open it now? It's up to you guys. I don't care. Makes no difference to me. Favorite music group? I don't have one, dude. I'm like musically retarded. Like I know nothing about music. Whenever I have to answer this question, my answer is always John Williams and the London Symphony Orchestra because I like the Star Wars score. Like all the stuff that guy's made. I'm gonna read Scott's comment. It might be very mean, but we'll read it. I don't know. He's Canadian, so it's probably not that bad. The story is I was supposed to go to Japan, but I couldn't get the time off work. Instead, I might travel to Chicago when he gets back and crash at Adam's place and steal all his games. Well, good luck, because I may not be here for very long. I possibly am going to be in other places, but I'll tell you about that later. But good luck stealing all my shit. I'd kick your ass. Plus, Canadians don't steal. That's not polite. Do the Jar Jar voice. I'm not doing that unless that's the end of the stream. People hate that, and justifiably so. Yeah, no, I bought something. People are asking about the unboxing. I bought something. It arrived here like a week or two ago. I wasn't going to do its own video on it. It's not really worth it. But for the purposes of a live stream, it would be kind of cool to show. So that's, if you guys are curious, I can open it. Otherwise, I'll just open it on my own later. It is video game related, though. Yeah, see, Scott's right. Every time I'm in his car, he has no idea that it's almost always Guns N' Roses, because I assume Guns N' Roses is a band. And if that's what he's talking about, then he's playing that. I don't fucking know. Music is... It's pleasant noise to me. I know nothing else about it.
Do it. Do it. Darth Sidious voice says dopest Joker.
Is that... You asking for an impression, or are you just saying do it to say do it? What's in the box? Look, I got the pits. It's hot, dude. Sorry, disc rot. What about it? All right. People want the box. We're going to go for the box. Now, I did fuck up because I didn't bring in my primary, like, cutting tools. But here's the box. Fucking huge, as you can see. You can also read it. Yeah, it's a big fucking box. So do you want me to open this, or do we not care? Let's take a final vote on that. While I cuddle with the box. The best music is in video game soundtracks. That's some of my preferences, yes. Should we be concerned about disc rotting? There's nothing you can really do about it other than just somewhat preventative measures, like keeping your stuff in a cool, dry place is really the best thing you can do. But you know, just don't do stupid shit, and you'll prolong it. But I mean, all matter is in the universe will break down at some point, so there's not much you can do about it. Am I moving to Canada? No. Do I speak German? No, I do not. Nein sprechen Sie Deutsch. Okay, all right. Everybody wants me to open this fucking box, so we're gonna open this box. Now, as I mentioned, I'm an idiot, and I forgot to have the main cutting utensil here. So all I have, I guess, these dinky little, like, you know, nail clipper scissors. So I guess we're gonna go with that. So this might take me a minute, but the story with this thing, I was up late one night, and somebody sent me a link to this, and I was like that level of tired where I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I'll just do that. That makes fucking sense. And then I fucking bought it. And then in the morning, I was like, did I really do that? Oh, that was dumb. But I now kind of defend my decision. We'll see. Maybe you'll disagree. But I bought something. And if I can get these fucking dinky scissors to work, I'll get it out of here. All right. I succeeded with the shitty little dinky scissors. They did it. First, we have some green plastic shit. Almost knocked over the jersey. More green plastic shit. Wow, there's a lot of green plastic shit. And that's what I ordered. A whole box full of green plastic shit. We have some little box. I'm not really sure what the hell is in this. Let's see here. If I can get this one open first, because this might give away what it is. This is really the problem. Like, you can't even see it. This is the problem when you forget your damn scissors because you're a moron. All right, just tear into this thing, I guess. Dude, they packed this surprisingly well. I can't fucking open it. There's some random shards. All right, tossing this aside and putting this thing to the side over here. Let's just get to the main piece. That's what you guys want to see. I got a refurbished white box. All right, sorry. I thought it would be more exciting than that. No, this is a Nintendo Wii U. I got a refurbished Nintendo Wii U straight from Nintendo. Basically, the logic with this was that Nintendo's doing 32 gigabyte refurbished Wii U's for $200. I kind of wanted a second Wii U, and so I was like looking into it. I'm like, they must be cheaper now because Nintendo doesn't sell them new anymore. And I thought, okay, maybe I'll get a used one. I looked at eBay and looked at all these places, and every place was around 200, if not more. And a lot of the time, it was broken. If I went to eBay, and a lot of them were like, yeah, screen doesn't work right, console doesn't connect to screen is cracked, console does not read discs. Very few of them were actually like operational, and the ones that were more expensive than this. Whereas this thing was officially certified, refurbished by Nintendo, complete. Only $200. I don't know if Nintendo still has them on their website, but I thought, you know what? I want a second Wii U just to have one, because if I'm gonna get a full game set and everything, it'd be weird to only have one console. So that's why I did this. It was kind of dumb, honestly, but it's not too bad. It includes the console itself, the gamepad, the AC adapter, the gamepad AC adapter, high-speed HDMI cable, sensor bar, and a physical copy of Nintendo Land. Now, if you're like, well, what was that other thing at the beginning that you were kind of fucking with? I also bought this little white box. This is the high-capacity battery for the Wii U gamepad. So that way the gamepad will have that, because you could not buy the high capacity gamepad battery in the stores here. You could only buy it on Nintendo's website. I never did that. Whereas I bought it from Europe, because they actually sold it over the counter there. So yeah, Wii U. I'm thinking maybe I can set this up. Maybe we can actually test this right here, right now. What do you think? I don't know. Let's try. Oh, I just realized I have something else to show you, but I'll do that in a minute. I do, yeah, let's see here, cut this, there's tape, I know you can't see this, but hi everybody, how are you? Is the audio really that badly out of sync? Dude, there's nothing, like, the audio is more important than the video. Like, the video is just a fat guy sweating, like, who cares? And whenever you need close-ups, you'll get them. Just imagine a Wii U, then you know what it looks like. Fucking Scott, always calling out my bullshit. Yeah, so I wanted another Wii U. The one thing I regret, though, is that Nintendo, because these are refurbished units, Nintendo had a bunch of surplus of units they were just kind of putting together. Nintendo had put out, they were using the white shell from the 8GB units, but using the internals of 32GB units. And the only way you could get those was at their refurbished department. So you could actually get 32GB white units. I wish I had gotten that. That would have been cool. But that's not what was available by the time I found out about this. They only had the black 32GB in stock. So that's what I did. All right, there's our box. There's nothing else in it now. And here is all the shit. So we have our power supply right there. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I have the gamepad power supply. And the gamepad. And cardboard. Hey, look, more cardboard. You'll never guess what's next. More cardboard. Physical copy of Nintendo Land. Can't wait to show this to you so I can get a Content ID claim. All sorts of pamphlets and shit on the Wii U. Dun, 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 dun. Underneath that, we have our sensor bar, HDMI cable, and of course, the part nobody gives a fuck about, the console itself. And who even gives a shit? Instead of throwing the cardboard, I'll just throw the fucking console. Who gives a shit? No, I'm kidding. So I'm thinking what I'll do is, ooh, it's all minty fresh. They cleaned it. That would be good. I'm thinking I'll try to power this up right here, and maybe we can do our firmware updates and all that fun shit right now. See? Brian gets it. He's all excited about the cardboard, and I can't blame him, man. Yeah, so there it is. It's a Wii U. We all know what a Wii U looks like. And let's you guys, do you care? Should I proceed with this? Do you guys want me to try and hook this up and see if I can get it running? I'll do a vote. If you guys don't give a fuck, I'll put us all away and we'll go back to Q&A. So in the meantime, we'll just chill. Is the Wii U going to save Nintendo? Bit late for that. Why is Adam going through his trash? I was just opening a box, dude. You missed it. What's going on? I was opening a box. I had a Wii U. I was showing you guys a Wii U I just unboxed. The story is too dramatic and too hard to follow. I apologize for being so complicated. Do I have the NES Classic? No, I don't give a fuck about that thing. Proceed. Yes, people want me to test it. Well, now we have people saying, no, don't do it. Help. I need you to choose. I could potentially start firing up the Wii U and we could see if it's working or not. We'll go on this adventure together. But if you guys don't give a fuck, then I won't bother. Show the gamepad. I will happily show you the gamepad as soon as I get it out of this packaging here. There it is. There's a gamepad. And I have, as I mentioned before, I bought the high capacity battery for it, so I'll install that later. So that this is really, like I said, this is a spare Wii U that I bought direct from Nintendo because Wii U hardware not easy to find, especially functional is what I noticed. And this is cheaper and comes directly from Nintendo, which is why I got it. Is my Wii U bricked? I doubt it. I just bought it. Am I going to Joyopolis Sega World in Japan? I doubt it because I think that's in Tokyo, right? I'm not going to be in Tokyo. We seem to have a mixed consensus on whether or not I should connect this thing or not. Tell you what, I will, for the time being, I'll hook up the power supply and just see if this thing gets power, and we'll go from there. Because I think it's going to have to charge a little anyway before you can do anything with it. Are we going to have a Q&A? Yeah, that's what most of this was. Or is. Hang on a second. Look, you can check out my pits. You can enjoy that. It's a good show for you. Alright, so I got the power supply connected here. Let's see what it does. Let's take bets. Do you think it'll have power? I'm betting it will. Oh my god! Power! Okay, yeah, I think it works just fine. I will charge, I'll tell you what, I will charge the gamepad for a little bit since that's probably more important. I made such a mess over here. There's all this crap on the ground. Has Nintendo ever drastically dropped the price of the Wii U? The cheapest I've seen on Amazon is for $260 for a 32GB black model. Exactly my point. They were selling refurbished ones on their website for $200. And I figured that's pretty much, if not as good as a brand new unit, because it's Nintendo saying this one is just as good as a brand new unit, and it was only $200. So I thought, let's go with that. So it's charging this now. So I'll put that off to the side and let that charge for a while. We'll do some Q&A, and then maybe we'll hook back up around to that. I have another thing I can show you guys. When I was in Los Angeles, I mentioned that I was doing this live stream where we were selling like merchandise for our other channel and stuff. There was also a lot of merchandise for Steam, Valve titles like Dota, Dota 2 specifically, CSGO, and I can't remember the other one offhand, but for some reason, yeah, there was a bunch of games that there was merchandise for. And so we could just keep random stuff if we wanted to. So I got hooked up with this. It's just a Dota 2 mouse. I don't play Dota or Dota 2, but it comes with some sort of key for the game. I really just, it was like, hey, if I need another mouse, I'll have one. So there you go. Cool mouse. Let me move that off to the side. Dude, there's so much garbage over here now. Anyway, hello, hi. I'm sorry. It's very sweaty. And I still have coffee. Just joined. What'd you miss? A lot. No physical release for Sonic Mania. Yeah, I know. That sucks. It really sucks. But it is what it is. That live stream was hilarious. 2 miles. Did you see it, that one? The one that we did on Game Society? I'm thinking of waiting till it gets down to 150, referring to the Wii U. I was hoping they'd do it when the Switch came out, but I guess not. No, you will not find that unless you find it used. Nintendo pulled all of their units from stores intentionally back in like December. They will never do an official price drop on the Wii U because they don't sell it publicly anymore. They only sell the refurbished ones, and that's on their website while inventory lasts. Might be able to find it used, but that was the problem I ran into. And I checked a bunch of websites and eBay and all this other stuff and Amazon, seeing like who had what and what the deals were. Most of them were more expensive and most of them were broken, which said a lot. So I was like, I'd rather get a second. Like, I'm gonna have this unit for probably the rest of my life because I don't really sell stuff. So I was like, I'd rather have a backup Wii U that I know came from Nintendo as opposed to a used one that already admits when I got it that the screen didn't work or that I was having connectivity issues, and at the same time costs more than the one from Nintendo. So my advice to you, if you want another Wii U, probably go over to Nintendo. People are saying I'm sweaty. Yes, I know. It's fucking hot in here, dude. Plus I'm drinking hot coffee. What do you want? People are asking what I think about Uncharted. I played some of that trilogy collection for a while because I had to play it for footage purposes, but that's pretty much all I've done with it. Wii U's will be pawn shop fodder in 5 years. Just wait a bit. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. The only way that stuff ends up in pawn shops like that is when it was successful to begin with. The fucking Wii U is like the Saturn. You will not find it with relative ease. Like the Dreamcast as well. But with the Dreamcast, at least it was cleared publicly. Meaning, in stores, Sega said, hey, fucking get rid of them, clearance them, we don't care. Wii U's were intentionally recalled. The only people who bought Wii U's were the minute amount of people that bought them in the first place. You will not go around seeing a shit tons of those things in clearance bins. You just won't. Especially functional units. Think about your average Goodwill. Do you think people are going to be giving you that console and the gamepad at the same time and that they're always going to be docked together and in good shape? Fuck no. Go to eBay right now. You look up fucking Wii U's that are used, you'll find most of them are broken. And that's from people trying to sell them, not give them away in pawn shops. Can I shave? Of course I can. I won't, but I can. I am physically capable of it. Scott suggests we start a GoFundMe to get the jersey fixed. Yeah, if you want to. It's all you, Scott. You can come over and fix it, all right? Lodmot, what's up, man? You just get here? People are saying that the Wii U's on Nintendo's website are still available. And honestly, dude, if you want another Wii U, that's probably the best deal you're going to get for a long time. The only way you get a better deal is if you find it from an actual, like, collector or someone who took good care of it and just decides to get rid of it. To find it, like, used in good shape seems to be unlikely because there seems to... I always thought the Wii U was pretty well built, but if eBay's in the indicator, it's not. My sound and video is losing sync. Yeah, I'm sure. It's a shitty video camera. Go back to Austin. That'd be nice. Austin was fun. I was there in October of 2016. I was in a GameStop somewhat recently. I was looking for one specific title, which I think I actually found, but I'll have to save that for later. And they were selling Wii U's, but even they were selling them for more than that. I think they were selling for like $250 used. And that's, refurbished by GameStop, which means absolutely nothing, which means they turned it on for a second. Maybe. It means they didn't throw it away. That's what it means. Favorite soft drink? German Coca-Cola. Thoughts on GameStop getting hacked? That kind of pissed me off because I had that news came out like the day after I bought something from them, so I was like, oh good, that's great. Fucking GameStop. GameStop pisses me off for like 1,000,000,001 reasons. John says 13 quid for Hello Kitty. Well, I can only assume based on that terminology that you are in fact British. What you also need to know is that the British or European version of Hello Kitty cruisers is not worth anything. The North American version is the one that's worth something. So I'm not saying you did it bad. I'm just saying that's nowhere near like if you found the equivalent of that game for $13 here, holy fuck, that'd be great. Favorite coffee? Poop Weasel. I know there's a lot of people being like, well, what the fuck did you just say? You guys ever see The Bucket List, Morgan Freeman, Jack Nicholson movie? There's this type of coffee that Jack Nicholson's character drinks because it's the most expensive, so it must be the best in the world. And then he finds out it's because of it comes from the shit of a weasel. That's a real thing, and it is the best fucking coffee on the planet. I've had it. My mother goes to Vietnam every once in a while to do like charity work and stuff. And when she comes back, she brings like a really small bag of it because you can't get big ones because it would cost way too much money. But she'll bring back a small one. And the way it basically works is there's this type of coffee bean that this one type of weasel eats, and it can't really digest it, but its body's enzymes like mutate it somehow. So it shits it out, and then basically people go in and pick out all the beans by hand, then they clean them and they roast them, and then you make coffee out of that. And I know you think based on that you should never try it, but I swear to you, it is amazing. It is the smoothest, best coffee you will ever have in your life. Um, Favorite Twisted Metal character? Sweet Tooth. Duh. He's not who I always played as, though. I always played as Minion. Have I played Soul Reaver on the Dreamcast? Yeah, but back in like 2000, so I don't really remember it all that well. Sorry, I'm just reading through comments, guys. I managed to buy a Dreamcast with broadband adapter for $150. I can't wait to play it tonight. Man, it is insane how expensive those things still are. But congratulations on your purchase. Is the European version of Outrun 2 Coast to Coast on OG Xbox rare? I don't know. I'm not as familiar with the European versions of original Xbox stuff. Just the only ones I know are the exclusives because those are the ones we didn't get. And there's still a bunch of those I'm missing. I'd like to get those down. Would I rather get Warhammer Engage for free or Shenmue 3 for free? Warhammer, because Warhammer's worth a bunch of money, whereas Shenmue 3 is going to be a $60 game. But first, and I've already paid for it. Now, if you're asking which one I'd rather play, no, of course, it's the other way around. Was Bob the Builder my favorite childhood show? No, I've never seen a single frame of Bob the Builder, except for like memes and stuff. The PAL version can still fetch a good price. I'm not entirely certain what you're talking about. If you're talking about Hello Kitty, then I'd be surprised because when I looked it up, all the PAL copies of that shit were extremely cheap, at least by comparison to the North American version. Scott, are you still here? Or did you ditch? You slut. Everybody calls Scott a slut. He likes it. What did I think of the Ghost in the Shell movie? I didn't see it. I don't care about the anime. I certainly don't care about that movie. Sorry. As a Sega guy, were you ever a fan of Echo the Dolphin, and would you like to see a series resurrected? You know, honestly, that is one franchise that Sega made that I never fucking understood. Like, I was like, this is not interesting to me. Like, I never, ever got into Echo the Dolphin, and I tried. I even had a friend who was, like, super into that shit, and I just could not see what he was enjoying about it. And unfortunately, that never really changed for me. Scott the Slut is still here. What's up, slut? How about the Dreamcast game Flow Game Bros getting DLC? Yeah, I heard about that. Like, the developer of the game helped them like unlock like DLC like for that game, and that game came out on the Dreamcast in like 2001, and it's kind of interesting. When's the last time I punched through a wall? Well, I didn't punch through a wall, but I did punch a wall at Machinima Studios in Los Angeles. Again, go watch the video. Break the glass behind you. This is plastic. What's your favorite early morning show when you were little? Define age range, because like, you know, when I was really young, it was like Thomas the Tank Engine. Then it was like Ninja Turtles. Then it was Power Rangers, and then it was Beast Wars. Scott says bachelor life is always slutty. That's true. How much does Scott charge? I don't know. You'd have to ask him, dude. Can I talk about my childhood Game Boy experience? I will whenever I make that video. Grand Spectre Plays says, I'm not sure if it makes a big difference, but I just learned a potential reason the Wii U gamepad expansion battery never came out here. It was due to conversion difference between countries. I find that highly unlikely because, first of all, it works in a North American device. Second of all, it was released in Japan, and they actually use slightly lower than we do. They use 100 volts, we use 110. Europe uses 220 for the most part. And I have the European version. It works just fine. And we did sell it here, but only on Nintendo's website. The question is why they didn't sell it on store shelves. Only Nintendo knows, and Nintendo is not telling. When I was in the UK, did I drive there? Yeah, I drove around there. And in 2014, I drove around in there. 2016, I would not do it. Because in 2014, I had reserved just a very reasonable little sedan car to rent, right? And what I didn't know at the time was that they do not, for the most part, at least in the UK, cars are manual stick shift. I don't drive that. Like, it's not nearly as common in North America. I drive automatic, but automatic is not common over there. So they had assured us that the car had automatic transmission. Everything was fine. Long story short, the car that I was supposed to have did not have that, so I couldn't drive it. And they're like, well, we only have one automatic, and we'll give it to you at the rate you were supposed to pay. But just be warned, it's like a sports car. So they put me in this like ridiculously expensive sports car. So I was never more nervous driving a car in my entire life. I'm in this big car on smaller roads, the most expensive car I've ever driven ever. And I'm driving the opposite side of the car on the opposite side of the road. And I'm like, I could not fucking wait to not be driving that car. Because I was like, yeah, anytime I do anything, I'm going to fucking have to pay for it. And it's going to suck. So that I drove around on the highways, it was fine because you're just essentially just going straight. But anytime I had to be in a city, I was like, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. But it ended up working out. I didn't die. But as soon as I got to return that car safely, I was like, thank God, I'm free. That was like the best part of the trip, was just getting rid of that car. Do people often confuse you for the completionist at conventions? That has happened a couple of times. And the weirdest experience I ever had is a guy confused me for Pro Jared. He's like a 7-foot tall blonde dude with no beard. Completionist, though, has happened a couple of times, but Pro Jared just once. Hardest game I've ever played. I don't know, man. That would take some serious delving. I don't remember. I don't have like a specific example offhand. You're trying to mod your NES. Do you recommend HDMI or RGB? I haven't done either. I would assume the HDMI one would be superior, though. You should test the Wii U now. I could. I'm still charging the gamepad, though. Although, ironically, that battery pack's not going to stay in there. I'm going to let it charge for a little bit longer because I just want to make sure it has enough power. Because I don't really have the ability to have both the console and the gamepad running at the same time just because of limited space here. Have I ever gone to Google on my Dreamcast? I have not. Do I ever talk about D&D? No. I've never even played D&D. Did I get up early for video power? I'm not sure what that is. Sorry. My thoughts on Pro Jared? I have none. I met him once, and that's it. Like it was only for reference because somebody thought I was him, and then my buddy was like, "Yeah, that's him over there." And I was like, "Oh, that's Pro Jared." Okay, like that's it. That's the extent of interaction I've ever had with him. Am I in the camp who thinks Sonic Adventure has aged poorly? No. I mean, parts of it are not impressive anymore, but I still love that game. Hey, Chip's here. What's up? He says, am I hungry? He's about to eat tacos. No, I'm not hungry. I had Indian food earlier. I'm good. I do kind of have to go to the bathroom, though. You heard I was a noob. Okay. Do I think the Switch will come out with incremental upgraded tablets? If it's successful, yes. If it's not, no. I talked about that a lot in my predictions video. My favorite portable / handheld, I'd probably still have to go, if we're talking about just things I've had the most fun with, I'd probably have to go with OG Game Boy. Video Power was a video game show in 1991 to 92. Check it out on YouTube. It's hilarious. The one I remember was Nick Arcade. Did you guys ever watch that? It was like people would play and do trivia of video games, and they play like little segments and stuff, and then at the end they had to like go into the arcade. It was kind of cool. Chip would like to know if I ever played College Jam or whatever it was for the SNES. I don't think so. I played NBA Jam a lot. College, I think you're thinking of like College Hoops for like, I think I have that for the Saturn. Lodmott says his mother is nagging him. He'll be right back. Okay. Did I ever get Sega Visions magazine? I did not. Will Sega ever release PSO2? They did, but not here. I have no idea if they'll ever bring it here. Somebody says, can they tell me something? Yeah, that's the point. I want the Switch to succeed. So do I. Do I collect demo discs? Only in certain contexts. Like, I have a bunch of the Dreamcast ones, if not all of them. But like beyond that, not really. Like, I have a bunch of the Xbox ones, but I didn't really care as much about that. And I have a shit ton of OG PlayStation ones, but I really don't care about those. The only ones I cared about, I guess, were the Dreamcast ones. Yeah, at least one person remembers Nick Arcade. If you could do a cameo in a Star Wars movie, new or upcoming or old, what character or species would you be if you could choose?
Ha! I would be Darth Mickey, the true ruler of the galaxy.
Scott has to go. Good night. Technically, I'm right. I mean, Mickey does own that universe. I should play the Sly Cooper series. Yeah, that's probably true. Didn't that get like a PS3 remaster for all the PS2 titles? Have I seen Logan? No, I have not. When will Review Tech USA and I do a Shenmue 3 video? I'm unaware of that ever being a thing. Whenever I see comments like, oh my god, that impression, I can't tell if it's because you liked it or you thought it was like the worst thing ever. That damn coffee is behind that madness. That damn coffee is behind me all the time. Fuck, I'm running out. And I intentionally made a bigger one this time. That's like 4 cups worth in there. I hate to ask you guys this, but do you mind hitting that like button to get maybe hopefully get a little more traction on the video? I know that ad revenue's drying up, but I gotta try, right? Somebody asked why I changed my profile picture on here. For the fuck of it. I took that picture, the one that's there now, when I was in Los Angeles. I wanted to intentionally make like a 80s Hollywood as fuck type of photo, and I ended up liking it, so I ended up using it on most stuff. Coffee's supposed to be drunk from a mug. Yes, or a thermos, and that's usually what I do. But if you guys saw the 5.5 hour live stream I did, I ran out of coffee like 2 hours into it. And I figured with this, I at least buy myself some more time. Obviously, this is intended for like water or sports drinks. It's not meant for coffee, but who gives a shit? Do I like cucumber water? Fuck no. Shit's gross. Oh, thank you. I just got a $5 super chat from Blandco. What is this super chat thing? Also play D&T sometime, you bearded sad sack. So super chat is literally what you just did, and I think you know that. You can donate money to the channel, and you get your comment highlighted in there. Everybody sees it. It stays on screen longer, and obviously, as a courtesy to you, I'll instantly read your question. And then you donate money to me now, frankly, that's really helpful because YouTube is dying. And thank you for that. As for your question about playing D&D sometime, yeah, I probably should because I have a bunch of friends who are like super into that shit, but it never interested me. Like I obviously was always about telling stories and having imagination and doing all that shit, but I don't know, man. Like growing up, none of my friends ever played D&D. I didn't even know what the fuck D&D was. I'd never even heard of it until I was in college. And a buddy of mine was like, let's do some D&D. I'm like, what the fuck is D&D? I had no idea. It's just like, I guess where I went to school, like either nobody talked about it or just nobody played it. I don't know. And I don't know, man, maybe I just developed it too late because I just never had an interest in it. I think, actually, I take it back. I think I played it once with my buddy Aaron Emery and my ex at the time. Well, now my ex. At the time, she was obviously not my ex. And yeah, I think we played it once, and they were all super into it, and they were basically trying to get me into it, and I was just like, I didn't do anything for me. Sorry, but thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Blanco, were you the one that asked about the revenue thing earlier? Was that you? Do I like the TV show Master Chef? I've never actually watched it. Did anyone have the Sega channel back in the day? I did not actually have it, but I knew a buddy who had it, but I never actually used it. It was like down and out of existence before I even had a Genesis. Favorite Mortal Kombat game? Mortal Kombat Gold, Sega Dreamcast. Hilariously terrible cutscenes, as very famously people know, but I really like that game. I also really liked Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, which was like the last Midway game before they were basically dissolved. They were based here in Chicago, and they were dissolved, and then they were moved out to Los Angeles to the Warner Brothers lot, and they became WB Games. And that's when they started doing Injustice and all that stuff. So it's like that. You could kind of think that Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe is almost like Injustice 0. I just got a $10 super chat from Laudmont. Thank you. Hey, not sure if you answered this or not. My mom distracted me from the live stream. But do you think Scorpio could be the Switch how the PS2 was to the Dreamcast? You mean like, could the Scorpio sell 155 million units and keep the Switch to only 10? I find that really unlikely. Only because the Switch is much more reasonably priced and will probably sell at least decently for a while. It's still hard to say how that's going to play out. I still don't know that it's going to do all that well in the long run, just because right now everybody's buying it for Breath of the Wild. Like even the Wii U's numbers are up because of Breath of the Wild. But I don't know, man. But the Scorpio though, the only way that thing sells like gangbusters is if they keep it retardedly cheap, and they're not going to. I would bet it falls somewhere between the 500 to 700 range, which I think is just too much to really bust units. If they were to be willing to take a massive hit on that machine, then they could potentially do it. But I'm getting the sense that they're not going to do that. That would have been my strategy for them. I would have told them, like, this thing costs you like $600 to make. You sell it at like 300. You'll lose money on the units, but you'll make it back up on the games if it's successful. Which has traditionally been the plan. Like the PlayStation model did that, and the Xbox model used to do that. But my guess is they're not going to. So I hope that answers your question, because if they actually sell it at 700 or whatever, like, even I am like, I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know if I can even afford to do it anymore. But even if I could, I don't know, man. $700, that's a tough pill to swallow, especially when you're not really offering any real great gaming incentives. She got another super chat. Thank you from Lich Azel. I'm going to just call you Lich. I think we agreed that was okay, just to call you Lich. So he just got off work. Glad I made it in here in time. Anyways, what is your favorite wrestling game, if any? Oh, motherfucker. Yes. WrestleMania 2000 N64. I cannot tell you how much fucking time I put into that game. I spent hours upon hours playing that fucking game. Every once in a while I'll get somewhat nostalgic and I'll fire it up, and I still have my original saves on it. I have all my custom characters. I made my own in-game factions. It was like that, it was a phase of high school and middle school where I was like, I'll make myself in the game and I'll make my friends in the game, and then I'll beat up my friends and have my friends beat up each other and all that shit. I fucking love WWF WrestleMania 2000 for the Nintendo 64. That game is fucking amazeballs. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And we just got another one. Thank you. This is from Sergio Patin. Hey, Adam, just wanted to say thanks for your Dreamcast related videos. They helped me a ton. Been collecting for the Dreamcast for a few months now. Well, thank you. Yeah, congratulations on working towards your collection. Is there something like a specific title or anything you're looking for, or anything like that, or just collecting tips in general? Granted, I'm a little out of date on that because I finished my Dreamcast collection years ago, but I've been helping Scott the Canadian work on it. So if you have any questions like that, hit me up. And thank you very much for the super chat. Am I excited for the NBA playoffs? He says he's a Boston fan. I'm curious to hear my opinion on the Bulls having Rajon Rondo. The Bulls suck, dude. They're terrible this year. They lost last night to the Nets, which potentially knocks them out of even making it to the playoffs, which I'm, of course, of the philosophy I want my team to win, but they're not going to. I accept that. So they should have tanked for the draft, which they didn't. So they're sliding right into the maybe we'll make it or maybe we won't by one slot, which gives you a shitty draft pick anyway. So you gain nothing from the season. That's the worst. Like, historians will always tell you that's the worst possible place you can end up. You either do well enough that you can compete and get the title, which is the goal, or you do poorly enough that at least you get a good draft pick to compete later. You end up in the middle, you don't get fuck all. What is the WWF? Don't you mean WWE? You fucking know. What's my thoughts on Undertaker retiring? I didn't even know he was still wrestling. I hadn't really watched wrestling since like around 2000, 2001. That was like kind of when I checked out. So I had no idea he was still going. Kudos to him. Sergio says, I've just been collecting Japanese imports mainly. Don't need any extra help right now. All right, man. If you need like lists or whatever, I don't know if you're getting like full sets or what your plan is. If you need like lists on it or anything, like hit me up. I can help you out with that. What is going on with YouTube then, Adam? You mentioned it dying. All right, so I don't mean, all right. So I don't know if you guys follow YouTube news lately, but basically what happened with YouTube is that a lot of advertisers got pissed off at them because they couldn't really control where their ads were going. So an example might be that a guy makes a video that's all about, I fucking hate Walmart. Walmart's the worst place ever. But it says Walmart all over the tags and all over the titles. So the bots decided this video must be relevant to Walmart. Therefore, Walmart ads will go in front of it. So in essence, Walmart is paying a guy to make a video about how much they hate Walmart. And so from Walmart's perspective, they were like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. And so they pulled their advertising. And a lot of companies have actually done that recently. There's like a big boycott on it. YouTube is attempting to correct this problem. This is not actually YouTube's fault. But as a direct result of it, ad revenue has dropped about 40% in the last couple of weeks. And if they don't fix it, it may never come back. So like personally, I'm a YouTuber. I work on 4 channels and I check my analytics and stuff and shit's going down. So that's actually why I really appreciate the super chat, because that's just helping to balance shit out, that and Patreon. And I fucking hate doing that because obviously I don't want to have to take your money. I'd rather we all live in a world where YouTube pays my bills and you guys don't have to deal with it. But I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, YouTube is in some shit, and if they can't find a way to attract advertisers back there, a lot of your favorite YouTubers are going to have to close up shop. because we got bills to pay too. And if I'm here doing this, and it takes like, I don't know how long have I been doing this, almost 2.5 hours now. If I were, that 2.5 hours theoretically would have to be better spent on a job, something else I can do to make money to make ends meet. Whereas under normal circumstances, I can at least do that here to be able to pay my rent and all that shit. But yeah, I mean, I'm just one case. There's good luck. There's a lot of, I mean, obviously the superstar ones like PewDiePie and all that, they'll be fine. They're at retirement level unless they fucked it all up. But yeah, just unless YouTube manages to fix that, you get ready for the post-apocalyptic YouTube future where a lot of your favorites just bail out. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate the super chats, guys. Thank you. Favorite wrestler of all time, Stone Cold Steve Austin. You know what's fucked up? Stone Cold Steve Austin taught me story structure in a way that no movie or author ever fucking has. We just got a super chat. Mohammed, I will address you in a second. Let me finish this and I'll get right back to you. With Stone Cold Steve Austin though, so like there was a year there, he got injured. He was hit by a car in the show, and it was like, oh no, and he spent like a whole season or whatever trying to figure out who hit him. But they buried him so much that you kind of forgot he was ever even part of the show. And I kept waiting for that episode when he would come back, And like a year later, I'm watching just some Monday Night Raw, something like that. And it was like one guy, I think it was like Triple H versus The Rock or something like that. And they're fighting and they're doing like a hardcore brawl match, which means there's like chairs and there's like a whole setup where there's like, ambulance and all this shit. Just makes it look like an apocalyptic type of thing, whatever. And so they're fighting, they're having their match for like 20 minutes, whatever. And then one of them goes to the back of the ambulance, because I think the way you won that particular match was you had to knock the guy out and throw him in the ambulance. That's how the match would end, I think. But anyway, so this whole match is going on. They throw him in the back of the ambulance, and then once they open the ambulance, out of fucking nowhere, Stone Cold Steve Austin just comes out and kicks everybody's fucking ass, and you're like, oh my god, because you never saw that shit coming. Like, the dude was out for like a year, and I'm like, that motherfucker, that is a reveal. That's how you do a story reveal. You fucking wait, you buy time, you build up, you give clues, you give hints, and then you blow the audience's motherfucking mind. And that guy did it in a way that still astounds me. So yeah, I appreciate that. Now to the super chat. Thank you to Mohammed Barr, gave me $2 Canadian. Thank you for that. He says, thoughts on the Scorpio, and do you see it failing? Well, like I said before, man, if the Scorpio is too expensive, it'll just fall flat on its face. If they give you that, like, from all the specs, it's going to be a 4K gaming capable console, which is impressive. And if they could give you that for a very reasonable, like, $300 price range, which means they would take a huge hit on the hardware, admittedly. If they could do that, say goodbye to Sony. Like, they could do that, at least in the West. They could never touch them in Japan. It's impossible. But they could at least kind of crush them over here. But I get the feeling, man, that they're not going to do that. I think they're going to be like, we don't really want to lose money on the hardware, at least not much money on the hardware. So they're just going to have this, like, fucking Rolls-Royce, Rolex concept of a console that's sitting out there. Like, hey, you can have the normal Xbox One, you can have the Slim. Or if you have the money, you can go get, like, the super special badass edition, the Scorpio. I think that's what they're going to do, and I don't think that's really going to do much for them. Eventually, as time goes on, the Scorpio will get cheaper, and it might kind of just be their next console and kind of gradually fade away from the other two. That's not the way to do it if they intend to win anything or intend to crush anyone. But maybe there's just not enough confidence in it. But we don't know. We don't know. We don't actually have a price point. It all boils down to that price point, which unfortunately we just don't know. Thank you very much for the super chat. Maybe they want competition. Competition's healthy, yeah, but it's hard to tell what Microsoft's actual motives are. Like, I know the obvious answer is they're in it for the money. Yes, but not really, because they've never really made any money on the Xbox. The OG Xbox put them $4.4 billion in the hole. Like, that, they came out net loss $4.4 billion. So that's your starting point going into the 360. The 360 would have probably broken them even overall, But because of the Red Rings of Death, they took like a $2 billion hit on that. So you're going into the Xbox One about $6 billion in the hole. I'll tell you right now, the Xbox One has not made that fucking difference up. So they've never made money on the Xbox division. That might be why they're like, look, we accept we'll never make money on this, but we're tired of losing tons of it. And that might be why they don't necessarily want to do what I'm suggesting. But that's only, I've said this for years, that it seems like Microsoft does the Xbox division more as a brand thing, more as a how Microsoft is relevant to you thing for the public, and as a jobs program for their employees. I mean, that's what happens when you have a company that has more money than anyone or anything, is they can do that shit. As ridiculous as it might sound to any one of us, they have that capability. You have to remember, I mean, I know Bill Gates, people give him a lot of shit. Obviously he doesn't run Microsoft anymore, but the dude, he's a very famous benefactor. Like, he is a multi-billionaire who just gives away fuck tons of money for humanitarian purposes. It would not surprise me at all if the company is run in a very similar fashion, where they just try to they just create a jobs program. Just essentially that's what that is, because they're not making money on it. But it's possible with him not there anymore that the attitudes are changing, and we hear a lot about how a lot of the current board doesn't really want the Xbox division to go on at all. Scorpio might be their way of going out with a bang, so they can at least claim, like, we went out with the most powerful console. Now let's close the curtain. I don't know. What's with the water tower in the thumbnail? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, you mean in this video. Yeah, I mentioned this at the beginning, so I won't do a whole thing on it. I was in Los Angeles last week, and I got a private tour of the Warner Brothers lot. So that's a photo of it. Because we got to film on the Warner Brothers lot and film at Machinima Studios. What was my favorite part of Nick Arcade? Dude, I don't remember it all that well. I guess it would have generally been that end part where they would like go in the game, because the little kid version of my brain at the time could not believe that was a thing. Like, how are you doing that? How is that possible? Now it's all blue screens and shit. But like at the time, it was like, holy fuck. And I finally, all these years later, I finally got to do something similar to that, like last week with the virtual reality thing I was talking about at Machinima Studios. A whole big room set up for that purpose. If you ever want to see me play a virtual reality game, check out GSP Plays VR on Game Society Pimps. It's a video of us playing virtual reality games. I'm in there, I'm playing a bar brawling game, and I got so fucking into it, I actually punched a real life wall. It was fucking hilarious. If Xbox goes the way of Dreamcast, what do you think it will mean overall for gaming in the West? I don't think... All right, let me clarify my statement a little bit. I don't think that Xbox will cease to exist entirely. I think what they'll do is migrate more into a brand, and Microsoft will focus more on PC gaming and maybe just use Xbox as like a Steam competitor. Maybe use it as an app that they can integrate into other things. I think as far as dedicated home hardware, that's where they're probably tapping out after the Scorpio. But I mean, I'd love to be wrong, because I love dedicated home consoles, but that's how I see it going. Will I do a TurboGrafx-16 FrameMeister video capture video? You need the appropriate hardware to do that. That may be a thing at some point. When is Scott going to start developing games? Scott the Canadian? He doesn't develop games. He's not Scott the developer. He's Scott the Canadian. He does Canadian stuff. Like, he plays hockey, probably. He loves Tim Hortons. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't like any of those things. See, Laudmot says Xbox is already a Windows 10 app, actually. It has been for a while, and I'm saying I think that's just where they'll go with it. Do I have a current girlfriend? Yes, I do. I'm going to see her in Japan. In case you guys don't know, because it's been this late, I'm flying to Japan tonight. Well, technically in the morning. My flight's in like 10 hours from now. I'm just reading comments. Sorry. Noah Gaming says he's a fan of my channel. Thank you. My girlfriend is not a Polish girl from Gdansk. I don't know where that's from. My girlfriend is Portuguese, and she and I went to Gdansk. That was like 2 years ago. What do I think of JonTron and what he's going through? So I had the clickbait articles that everybody else did, so that's all I got. And then I saw his response video, and he kind of elaborated on what he said, but he didn't do the best job explaining that either. He seemed to essentially want, I don't know, he might have been the victim of a slow news day, but his personal thoughts on matters may not be the best. But I don't know what's in his heart. Any 90s TV shows you ever wanted to participate in? Like now or when I was a kid? Like, sure, I'd love to be a fucking Power Ranger, but that's ridiculous. Since I don't buy non-physical copies of games, do you suddenly stop playing PC games when Steam became the norm? I never played PC games to begin with. Like, except for, like, in school when, oddly enough, that was a requirement. Yeah, I'm not kidding. That was a thing. I did play PC games when I was really young. Before I had made up any sort of opinion on how that kind of thing should work. But like in school, they would have us play a lot for educational purposes. And there was this one computer class I took where literally the whole class was just play a game and understand how computers work. It was like an excuse to kill a half hour. Do I own an iMac or a MacBook? Dude, I own 2 pieces of Apple technology. An iPod that hasn't died yet, although it's getting there, and an Apple Pippin. That's it. If I could be on TV shows, like if you're talking about 90s stuff, it would be kind of fun to do voices for things. Like Mickey Mouse or Stitch is what I'm best at, I guess. Like I said earlier, I was actually asked to audition for the Transformers Combiner Wars as Metroplex. I did not actually succeed in that, but they asked me to audition anyway, and I did. Unfortunately, I wish I'd got that role. That would have been cool as shit. Internet connection speed, I want to say like 50 megabits per second. It's nothing exceptional. Oh, Lich just gave me, excuse me, coffee's coming back up. Sorry, that's gross. I apologize. Yeah, thank you, Lich. He just gave me $5 for Super Chat. He says, what do you think of the success of Nintendo would have had if the N64 was a disc-based console, and where do you think they would be today? I think if Nintendo had been smart enough to use a disc-based console, Saturn would have been destroyed, like, utterly. And the PlayStation probably would never have got off the ground the way it did. Like, there was just no way. Because what made the PlayStation successful, people give me shit for this because they think I hate Sony. I don't hate them. Like I keep saying, I have friends who work there. I just acknowledge facts, but facts are annoying, apparently. But the thing with them is, well, as good as the PlayStation, the PlayStation made a lot of great decisions. But a lot of what happened with them was they also got really lucky because they benefited from the fuck-ups of all their competitors. If you look at the 5th generation overall, and overall, like including Apple and Atari giving it a shot, everyone fucked up Royal pretty much except Sony. But the 2 primary competitors being Sega and Nintendo. Sega made a console that was brutally fucking hard to work with, and they had kind of scorched a lot of their credibility with people with the 32X and the Sega CD. It wasn't that bad yet. They would have had a chance. They probably would have been fine if they had made a not so complicated console that was more capable. Nintendo, on the other hand, made a more capable console, but did not allow you to take advantage of it by using cartridges. They made, on paper, a more powerful piece of tech that doesn't fucking matter because you can't use that tech because it's limited by a cartridge slot. So as a result, many developers jumped ship on the N64. They're like, fuck it, we are not going to do cartridges again. The PlayStation's easy to develop for, and it's cheap because it uses discs. It had both advantages. And even though something like the Apple Pippin, had more powerful tech than any of those things, and it used disc-based media, nobody gave a shit about the Apple Pippin. So that really is why the PlayStation, I think, crushed it. And if Nintendo had been smart enough to use CDs from the get-go, they probably would have been fine. But really, when you trace it all back, a lot of people like to claim, oh, Nintendo didn't want to use CDs because of piracy is what they were afraid of. That's a small fucking part of it, dude. In 96, people didn't have CD burners yet. That wasn't really a thing. The real issue there was that you have to remember from 1988 up until about 96, maybe 95, they were still dealing with the concept of making a Super Nintendo CD, and they had gone through a ton of fucking bullshit with Sony and Philips and so on to get that made. And I think when it came to the N64, they're like, we are just going to do cartridges. We're going to stick with that. We don't have to deal with any sort of other bullshit deal. Also, at the time, you have to remember that every single CD-based console to that point was a failure. Every one. The PlayStation would be the first console to break past that. But by that point, there wasn't really enough time to know that. There wasn't enough R&D ready to go. So I think, that's a little history lesson there and why everything built up. And the long story short, yeah, if they had used CDs, I think it would have been, I think the PlayStation could have ended up in like fucking Amiga CD32 territory where it just ended up being this. You remember Sony, the TV guys in the movie studio? Yeah, they made a video game console one. How fucking weird is that? Like Apple Pippin. When you go, Apple made a console, it could have been the same thing. Sony made a console, it could have been like that. But it wasn't. Where just gave me a super chat. He says, 9/11, was it an inside job? Please be honest. I would say no. I'm sorry, that's about as far as I'm going to go with that one. But thank you for the super chat. I do remember I used to watch a lot of those, like the loose change and all that stuff, because I found them fascinating. But like anything, when you really break down everything they're saying, you go, well, wait a minute, there is an actual explanation for that part. So you have to dig deeper than just like, did you know that steel beams can't melt at this? Like it's like, well, it can actually under the right circumstances, which is the part you're not exploring. The only part about that whole fucking thing that actually ever still kind of confuses me is the collapse of Building 7. That part is still kind of unexplained. But everything else has a better explanation. I should change the spelling of my name to Atom, as in atomic or atoms that make up everything in the universe. No. But thank you for the suggestion. Where was I on 9/11? Do we really want to talk about 9/11, guys? Is this really something we all want to talk about? The long story short there, I was in English class in my freshman year of high school. And by the time we got to homeroom, which came right after first class of the day, that's when we all started hearing the stories. And then every single class that day wasn't canceled. We still went to them, but it was like every single class was like, look, here's the latest, and we're just going to talk about it. Sorry, I'm just reading more comments here. Brian says, I met Phil Moore of Nick Arcade, and he was just as energetic as he was on the show. Was he the host? I have not attempted to watch that show in a long time. Also, I want to warn you guys that coffee's kind of starting to hit me in the bad way. Kind of need to use the bathroom, but I'm going to try and hold out here for a little while. But at some point, I'm going to have to go because I got to finish packing and everything for Japan. Games I've played recently. Drunken Bar Brawl for HTC Vive in Los Angeles, California. As mentioned before, just check out the video. Did I ever play Quake N64 ports? I don't think so. I think the only Quake game I ever put a lot of time into was Quake 4 for the Xbox 360. What kind of games am I going to buy in Japan? Well, exclusives, first of all. But actually, that's a question I have for you guys. Look, obviously, do whatever you want. But if you are at all interested, can you guys hit me up on either the Facebook fan page, my Twitter, or my Instagram, or whatever, and just send me like suggestions, because I did not have time to compile, believe it or not, a list of exclusives that I should keep an eye out for. I only know like a couple offhand, like that I Am Setsuna for the Switch I'm gonna look for. But beyond that, I it's just more like whatever catches my attention. I think I have a Wii U list, but it's more like obscure stuff I would never have thought about, like Xbox 360 Japanese exclusives. I literally can't name any, so I might want to look out for those. I probably wouldn't really go after Genesis or Mega Drive stuff too much. Maybe some Saturn. I don't know. But anybody who's got like a good suggestion for something, they're like, oh, you should pick that up. Hit me up on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, and let me know. Twitter's probably the fastest, or maybe Facebook fan page. I don't know. Or you guys can just like social media stuff. Whatever you want to do. Am I a Rick and Morty fan? Yes, I am. Have I met Vampire Mike? No, I have not, although I've talked to him a bunch. If I asked you guys for permission to go off and go to the bathroom and you just sit here and look at a wall for a minute, would that be acceptable? Because if I go to the bathroom, I can do this for a little while longer, but if not, then I'm going to have to stop and I just have to take a piss. Do I watch YouTube when I poop? And I do, and I am right now, says Will. No, I generally just check like social media notifications and stuff like that. Why do I say that I will wait until I close my channel to do a room tour? Because room tours are fucking stupid. They're a great way to kill your channel. Quite simply, the first of all, you blow your load. Like, once you show everything you have, then people don't care anymore. That's just retro gaming YouTube 101 right there. People are like, oh, all right, yeah, I saw that. I don't care. And at the same time, it's fucking it'll be massively out of date. It's not like I stopped collecting stuff. So, terrible idea. I would do it as the last video because I'm like, look, I'm done. So here it is, you guys. Okay, have a good one. Like that's how I would handle it. Just got a $5 super chat. Thank you from Blanco again. Thanks for the entertainment tonight. Video Game Beard Man. Caleb from the Dreamcast Junk. Oh, I didn't know that was you, Caleb. What's up? I would say your last name, but I'm not sure you want me to, or that I could pronounce it correctly, but I do know it. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think you're in the UK, right? So you're probably about to go to bed. So have a good night, dude. Take the camera with me to the bathroom. I don't think so. I'm very tempted to go take a piss and come back. But, I don't know. Some people are saying, I don't need to take a shit. I just need to piss. He says he's editing, Caleb says he's editing videos listening to the Beard Man. The creepy Beard Man. Excuse me. Thank you. Wait, you're in the States? I thought you were in the UK. My bad. Did I watch Double Dare 2000? Not that I'm aware of. I watched like one of the Double Dares, but I don't remember it being the 2000 edition. See if I can get some cheap Vita memory cards and flip them. Someone told me that they recently figured out how to crack the Vita to use like external other devices. So it could be hard drives or normal flash cards through some sort of USB connection. Therefore, Vita cards aren't necessary anymore, which is like, woohoo! That might actually make it useful. Do I own any Laserdisc films? I swear I saw some in the background of one of your videos. You probably were looking at my vinyl records, which I have a few. I do actually have some Laserdiscs, but they're all like movies that never got DVD releases, at least in widescreen. Some stupid examples, but this is what comes to mind. George of the Jungle with Brendan Fraser had a widescreen Laserdisc release, but never on DVD. The DVD was only full screen. Or Rocket Man with Harlan Williams, another Disney movie actually. Widescreen only on Laserdisc, never on DVD. So those are the ones I have. Although what I would end up doing is I would transfer them from Laserdisc to DVD. But unfortunately, the only Laserdisc player I have is the Pioneer Laser Active, the Genesis thing. And that thing only has composite out, so video quality off it isn't exactly good. Obviously, I would prefer regular transfers, or Blu-rays would be much better, but it doesn't exist. If I had a Laserdisc player with S-Video or RGB, then I would do that, but I don't. All right. I'm gonna go pee. I will be back. I'm going to. Okay, I just got a $10 super chat. David Bui. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. B-U-I. He says, "Here's some cash for the trip to Japan, Adam." Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. That's very nice. You don't have a question or anything? David, hit me up with a question or something. I'll be right back. Thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we can keep doing this for a little while longer. So I guess entertain yourselves. I've never been in this situation. Let me put this. No, I can't. I don't have a way to. No, that's weird. So I have nothing to entertain you with. Here, you guys can look at my shirt. It's me as Mickey torturing my friend. See, you can see the whole thing. I don't know how much of that you can see. There you go. Look, I've got a there it is. I've got a bulge. That's what the artist put. Anyway, sorry. I can't tell if people are telling me to go pee if they've got my back or not. Matt's Island. Yeah, somebody asked about the Scorpio already. David's B-U-I. Bui? I'm not sure if that... I'm just not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but either way, thank you. Oh, you guys can shit talk me all you want, even when I am here. It makes no difference. All right. Okay. I swear I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Can you guys do me a solid? The ones of you who are watching, can you just like explain to people if they pop in like he's peeing? I'll be right back. I swear. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm back, sort of. I have to step over all this crap. Hey, all right. Hello, what's up? Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience while I had to urinate. I know it's very unprofessional, but you would have to pee too if you drink all this on a single stream, which now I have room to have more. Thank you. Yo. No, I wasn't jacking off. There wasn't enough time for that, but thank you for the suggestion. Fat break. Oh, if only. Okay, so do we want to try and test out that Wii U? If you guys haven't been here for the whole time, I unboxed a Wii U I got earlier. Yeah, I know, right? I probably didn't even notice. So I'm going to. I think we have enough power in the gamepad to actually test it out now. You guys wanna? Should we do it? I don't know yet if you want to do it. Did I wash my hands? Of course I washed my hands. Then I went like this. Yeah, there's some soap in my hair now. Maybe little pea sprinkles. Who knows? Any must-have Dreamcast games? Obviously Shenmue, as you even mentioned there. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Crazy Taxi 1 and 2, Power Stone 1 and 2, Jet Grind Radio, Choo Choo Rocket. There's a lot of them. All right. People want me to test the Wii U. We're gonna test the fucking Wii U. Let's do it. All right. Let's. How do we do this? What's the best way? So obviously this setup is a little strange, but we're gonna do it our best. And I got to hold it in my armpit here, which feels very weird. Okay, power supply, somewhat configured. You guys can just look at. You can look at me still. I'm still here. It's just I'm down here now. You can look at this version. That's the cartoon me. All right. Put that there. Wii U has power. We're just gonna test it with the gamepad. No, bad. The power supply fell. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna hold the Wii U because I have no other real way to do this. All right, let's see here. Firing up the Wii U with the tablet. Let's see if it syncs up at all. What do we have here? Turn on. It says turn on TV and Wii U console, then switch to TV's input and start Wii. I may not be able to do this actually without the television. Oh, Lich just gave me a $5 super chat. Thank you. On average, how many video games would you say you get a month? Games you get for free count too? Oh, dude, I have no idea. You'd have to go back and calculate that through Playload, and you could do it that way. I don't even keep track anymore. It's like, sometimes it'll be a shit ton because it'll be a lot of like cheap OG Xbox games. So it'll be like a giant stack. And other times it's just like a handful of games that are all expensive. It's hard to say. Can I really not configure this without a TV? Does anybody know? Because like it's powered up. It's got that blue light. See that shit? Has that. But the gamepad simply says turn on the TV and the Wii U console, then switch the TV's input to correct setting for Wii U, which means I may not be able to do this. Is there no sync button on this? I thought there was a sync button somewhere. Honestly, I don't remember. Does anybody have a suggestion? Connect the sensor bar. Do I need the sensor bar connected? Is that okay? That might make sense. Eat my Wii U. I'm not that hungry, man. I had Indian food earlier. I'm good. AC Paul says I can't, unfortunately. If that's true, then that unfortunately kind of kills this project right here, doesn't it? See, I thought we could all look at the Wii U gamepad and see it getting set up together, but if that doesn't work, it doesn't work. Fuck. Turned off that. Okay, so try this again. Turning on. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be synced to it in any way. Maybe does it need like a cable? Use the HDMI port on my monitor is on the back of the monitor. I couldn't do it without getting up, and then I'd have to like disconnect all the shit, and probably not a good idea to do that live. Yeah, Dom. Yeah, I might be going to Con Bravo. I don't know yet. They haven't asked me back formally. I would go if they asked me about it. I inquired, and they were like, "We haven't really decided on our guests yet." So that's either a polite Canadian way of saying we're not interested, or they really haven't. Yeah, I'm not seeing like without the thing connected to the TV, I may not be able to do this. All right, I'm gonna unfortunately have to give up on this, I think. I apologize to everybody for that tease. I'll let you know, I guess, at the end of the month in Playload or something if it all worked out, and I'm assuming it will. Sorry, I'm a monster. All right, let's disconnect these power cables and get some of this space back. Or not, I don't know. Move. There's the Wii U that I can't use right now. Sorry, everyone. Put that down there. People are asking what happened to my Wii U. Nothing happened to my Wii U. I just wanted a second one because obviously it's a console I really like. I like collecting for it and all that stuff. And you should generally have more than one console if it's a console you're passionate about. But so I looked into used Wii U's out of curiosity, and they're actually surprisingly expensive and surprisingly non-functional. So that means that like I would look up on eBay, and they would, most of them were broken. Like, oh, the screen's cracked, the screen won't connect to a console, or console doesn't read discs, etc. And I was like, well, that's no good. And then Nintendo had on their actual website, they were selling refurbished units for cheap. And I say cheap only because Wii U's are not cheap. So it was $200, which was much better than any used place or new, certainly. So I thought, just fucking do it. Of course, it was really late at night, and I was like really tired, and I probably shouldn't have done it, but I did it. So here we are. But yeah, now I have a second Wii U, which I'll safety, I guess, because my guess is down the road. I also wanted to make sure, because like I said, I really like the Wii U, so I want to be sure I can keep playing it in the future. And if my gamepad dies or whatever, then I'm fucked. So it's good to have spares, basically. And yeah, people are saying like, oh, they have a hard time finding Wii U's and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, dude, Nintendo pulled them. Like, you can't buy them new anymore. And most, again, from what I saw, most used ones are not in very good shape, or not very functional. So that's why I thought I'd rather get one from Nintendo. I know it came from Nintendo. So that's how I went to do that. How long am I going to be in Japan? 2 weeks. I'll be back here towards the end of April. Then I'm not entirely certain what's happening. I might be either... This is going to sound really weird. I could potentially be back in Los Angeles for a different thing I can't talk about, or I might be in Poland for a different thing I can't talk about, as strange as that sounds. But I'll let you guys know. My guess is neither of those things happen, and I end up right back here. What's my thoughts on the Wii U emulator? You will hear all about that in my upcoming podcast. If you're a Patreon backer, you can already hear it, and it'll be public at the end of the month, though. So, like, look, I hate mentioning this because I know people get pissed off whenever they hear about this, but Patreon. If you back me on Patreon, there are benefits to that. Things like the podcast early. You get early access to videos in general. And while I appreciate all the super chats, you guys have been very generous. I would always recommend the Patreon because you get stuff back for it other than just the short burst. But if that's what you want, I appreciate that, and thank you. Do I read any books? My favorite author is Maddox. Yeah, I Alphabet of Manliness and that kind of stuff. In general, I'm not really much of a book reader. I never really was. Kyle has to go. Goodbye. Elmo's got to go. Have a good trip to Japan. Thank you. Let me check. I'm seeing a bunch of tweets. I'm wondering if people are actually going through with the... and suddenly Firefox doesn't want to load. Well, that's good. Well, now it is. Okay, so I'm getting a bunch of tweets about game suggestions, which is great. I'll have to check that out later, because Firefox is being kind of shitty. And since I'm broadcasting through Firefox, I don't want the broadcast to fail by the software crashing, so I'll just leave it alone. Oh, I'm going to have serious fucking jet lag, dude. My flight, I have to be at O'Hare, which is the O'Hare International Airport here in Chicago. I have to be there by 4 a.m., and it's currently 8 p.m., so it's only a few hours from now. I have to be there, check in. My flight leaves at 6. I land in San Francisco at like 9 a.m., and I'll be there for like 3 hours before I get on a 12-hour flight to Japan, where I land in Osaka at like 3 p.m. By that point, I'll have been awake for like 48 fucking hours, and I'll be retarded. And then I'll have to hold out a few hours in Japan once I get there. So, I go through customs and all that bullshit, meet up with my girlfriend, and then we'll head over to the hotel. Then I got to find a way to stay functional. I got to find coffee somewhere. And then I got to, just basically be like, all right, it's about 10 p.m. here. Let's try to go to sleep now. And that way we're like on a normal cycle over there. That's the plan. So I am going to be in a lot of pain. I'll try to sleep on the plane, but I can never do that. Get the Parodius games when you're in Japan. What were those released on? I know that was on the Saturn, right? Favorite Resident Evil. Resident Evil 2. Will we ever see a Virtua Fighter 6? Maybe. I don't know. That was never my favorite franchise, to be honest with you. Someone's making chimichangas. Beef and bean cheese burritos. We'll enjoy. Can you get DLC on Dreamcast games? Yes, there are some that have it. In fact, I mentioned this earlier. Flowgame Bros, which is a game that came out in like 2001, just had its DLC released a couple months ago. The developers of the game were like, "Yep, there you go." There's some process and how that was possible. DLC on the Dreamcast did exist. It was usually free, if not always free. And the way it worked is it would store updates on your VMU, and that's how it would work. Yes, my girlfriend lives in Portugal, so it's actually she's further away than I am, so we're basically going around the world in opposite directions to both meet up in Osaka. She has more flights than I do because it's harder for her to get there. I mean, I live in a super city. I live in Chicago, so you can pretty much get anywhere pretty easy. Like I said, I would have had to change planes, but it was either I could have gone Chicago to Tokyo, Tokyo to Osaka, or Chicago, San Francisco, San Francisco, Osaka. That's what I chose because I figured get the shorter flight out of the way while I'm more energetic and change planes on American soil so that I don't have to deal with extra problems. Plus, I know SFO pretty well because I went to San Francisco like fucking 9 times last year. I know that airport pretty well. So that's my plan. Then when I land in Osaka, I will just get off the plane and clear customs and I should be good. Cax has to go. Good night. Oh, finally, a question about this. Is streaming pile of crap going to be a weekly thing? So if you guys are unfamiliar, my other channel, Game Society, we streamed the Legend of not Legend of Zelda, sorry, Link: The Faces of Evil for the Philips CDI, one of those infamous unholy Triforce Zelda games. And the concept I came up with was streaming pile of crap, steaming pile, you're streaming, etc. And you basically just play shitty, horrible games. And you get to see a webcam of us, and you get to see us suffer and all that shit. We did one already, which was that game. And it went really well. We were really happy with it. People loved seeing us suffer, which they always do. And so it was successful. And we'd like to do more. The problem is that the two guys who were actually playing it, and they have to make all the jokes and stuff, they hate having to suffer in video games, which is understandable. No one wants to suffer. But I keep trying to convince them, like, you just gotta push through it because people want to watch you in pain. There's something about your faces. People want you to be in pain. They don't want you to be happy. So they had to play that fucking game. And we'll probably do more, but whether or not it'll be weekly is unlikely. Like, it won't happen this week or the next week because I won't be around. But plus, the problem with something like that is that the CDI is not exactly the easiest console to stream. Like, I had to have so much equipment brought up to Wisconsin, where the guy lives, in order to make that possible. Is it raining in Chicago? I don't think so. I didn't look outside during my pee break. Lodmot loves suffering in bad games. Yeah, I loved watching that too, but I didn't have to actually play the game. And, the thing is, it was my efforts in that were mostly unappreciated because, like, I have a CDI, a European one from my buddy Ronald, who had it RGB modded, so the video quality off of it is insane. It has the digital video card in it so that it can support all the cutscenes properly. Then I ran it through a FrameMeister so that I was getting RGB out through digital, through FrameMeister and all that shit, making it look even better. And I was using the actual, like, SNES style controller that's really, really hard to find because that's not how Philips intended that console to work. Basically, I had all these things that seem like they would be standard in 2017, but to make all that shit work on the CDI is not easy. So I went through all that, but I get the feeling that those efforts were not appreciated because it should have just been like, yes, of course it has a controller, but it usually doesn't. Do I know any Portuguese bad words? I know literally 2 words in Portuguese. Olá and obrigado. That's it. That's all I know how to say. So no, I don't know any bad words. Will I be testing the Switch on the plane? I'm not bringing the Switch. I'm not bringing any portable stuff other than my tablet, just for movies, because I want to have space to bring stuff back. So the less shit I bring, the more space I have to bring stuff back. Am I moving to Portugal? No. Dead or Alive 4 on PS4 was only released in Japan. Really? Can someone link me to that? I had no idea that was a thing, because I would be very interested in that. I know that Dead or Alive Extreme 3, like volleyball or whatever, was only released there. I had no idea there was a physical Japanese release of Dead or Alive 4 on the PS4. Dead or Alive 4 is from like 2005. Did it get a remaster or something? How much is the Dreamcast? Because I want one. That entirely depends on your region, and basically where you are. I mean, so that's kind of a hard thing to say. Have I discussed the Scorpio yet? Yeah, a few times. Like, that was important enough to people. There were super chats asking specifically about that. Be sure to get some GameCube games in Japan. See, that's a perfect example of a list I don't have. Japanese GameCube exclusives. I don't know any of them, other than Dream Mix TV, which I already have. Like, I'm sure there's like a bunch of those like little baseball games and stuff that they do, but I don't care about those. Yeah, like I said, man, hit me up on Twitter or Facebook, the Facebook fan page, or Instagram, and be like, here are some worthwhile Japanese exclusives for these various consoles, because I would be very curious, because I didn't do a very good job making lists this time. I just didn't have the time. So now people are saying that only Last Round, which is Dead or Alive 5, is on the PS4. See, that I know, that I have. But if Dead or Alive 4 for some reason was released in Japan physically for the PS4, I'd be very curious. Where in Chicago can I find cheap GameCube? I don't know. The times have changed, man. Like, I used to find those in thrift stores for like $5 a piece, easy. Now, I have no idea. Like, I could tell you where to find a GameCube, but cheap is a different matter. Yeah, I looked at FinGamer's videos. I even talked to him briefly about it, asking for recommendations on where to go. Lodmot says that Sonic Mania might get a physical release, but then you did a winking face, so I'm thinking that's not true. How much is the N64 in the US? Again, it depends on condition, location, all that stuff. Neo Geo CDZ, that would be a cool thing to find over there. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about the consoles that I might want to try and pick up. I was thinking like a Sharp Famicom Twin or whatever, but I don't know. It's gonna be like whatever the fuck I see and just really catches my interest, if I find anything like that at all. I mean, for all I know, I'll go there and I won't find shit. I doubt it, but we'll see. Yeah, man, GameCube stuff used to be useless or worthless. I'm running low, gentlemen. Look for the Hello Kitty Dreamcast. Nah. Like, it would be very difficult to justify. This is gonna sound ironic coming from me. It'd be very difficult to justify buying Dreamcasts over there, just because I have Dreamcasts. I got a lot of them. Even like a weird collector's edition still would be like, that's taking up valuable real estate for something that I could get differently. Like, I could get something that really only came out there, like an NEC PCFX or something like that. That's the kind of stuff, or an FM Towns Marty, if I could find one of those. Those are the kinds of things I'd rather find than just a Dreamcast with a different paint job. Is FedEx an option? I assume you mean to mail things back? Potentially. I'd rather not do that, but if I have to, I will. What I'm more likely to do is to buy another suitcase if I'm there. If I really go fucking nuts, which I'm going to try my best not to do. I want to be more financially responsible with that kind of thing. But if I have to, I'll buy another suitcase and do that. Like I did that in the UK. And while you have to pay the baggage fee, you still come out way the fuck ahead than it would if you had to ship that. Though I don't know how easily I could find a thrift store in Japan, whereas in the UK it was fucking easy, especially because I had friends there. I don't know anybody in Japan, so it's just my girlfriend and me are just we're gonna be at Google's mercy, you know. Did the video freeze for a second there? I apologize if it did. I don't know if I'm still on the air, actually, because it looks like Firefox is taking a shit. I apologize if that's the case. I'm gonna do something kind of risky here. I have to crash Firefox, and I don't want to, but the broadcast might end, and if it does, I'm sorry. If it doesn't, we'll figure this out in a second. All right, here we go. I might still be on the air. Honestly, I'm not sure. Just bear with me for a moment. Okay, let's see. Am I still in the air? Still going? Video's fine. Looks like I'm still going. All right, good. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Firefox just took a shit and decided to crash. Or, well, more accurately, it all stalled, and I was like, okay, I don't know if this is still working or not, but I guess it is. So that's good. But yeah, well, all right, good, I'm back. Yeah, I'm going to hit up Hard Off and all these other places while I can. Like I said, I'm going to be in Osaka. I'm not going to be in Tokyo. But one thing I'm going to do, most likely, is I'm going to hit up, this is going to sound retarded, but I'm going to go to Universal Studios Japan, because it turns out it's going to be like 20 minutes from my hotel, which is hilarious, because I was in Los Angeles, and my hotel was 20 minutes from Universal, and I actually went over there, and I was going to go in and enjoy the theme park for a day, but I didn't realize how much Universal had changed in Los Angeles. I was in Los Angeles in 2014, for a film festival. A movie I directed got into a festival, so I got to go out there and enjoy that. But while I was there, I had plenty of time to kill. So I went over to Universal. I was like, I'll go to the park for a day. It's $84 for a day, right? So I was like, okay, sweet. But they also have this thing where you get like a 2-year season pass for the park. That's also $84. And I was like, well, why the fuck wouldn't I do that? So then I got the $84 2-year pass. Of course, it expired in 2016. So now I'm back in 2017. I'm like, well, you know what? I'll just do that again because I might come back here again. $84 for 2 years. That's fine. That has changed since they built the Harry Potter world exhibit. Now the day pass is like $150. And then the 2-year pass is like 550 fucking bucks. And I was like, done. I just took a photo with that big globe thing and I left. I was like, not worth that shit. And then I looked up Universal Japan. They have like all the same exhibits, right? $60. $60. I'm gonna do that shit. My girl and I will just go to fucking Universal Japan. It's 20 minutes away. Let's just do that shit. Why not? And then we can do the Harry Potter experience and all that fucking crap. It'll be great. Okay, so thank you guys for sticking up through that. I know that was kind of weird, the whole thing failing like that. I can't live stream on a plane, obviously, but that would be cool. I could potentially film like vlog stuff that I could edit together later, but I don't generally do that. What I might do, I've been doing this more, is live streaming on Facebook every once in a while, my Facebook fan page. I'll just pop in for like 10 minutes and be like, hey guys, look what I'm, you know, and then you guys can see it. I only really do YouTube live streams when I'm like really like, okay, here's a time chunk where I can do this. hence now. So I hope you guys are enjoying the show, or whatever show it is. Fucking fat guy talking for a while. There was somebody asking what I was drinking. It's coffee. It's just in a big, like, water bottle type thing because I needed more space for more beverage. And unfortunately, I no longer have any. Did I know they're going to open up a Nintendo park in Universal Studios? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, obviously, it is not ready to go, which is unfortunate. But that would have been cool. Japanese exclusives I have in mind. Unfortunately, no. That's I have a couple, but I've been retarded in my inability to do research on the ones I really should be looking for. That's why I keep asking, like, people on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, send me examples of ones you think I should look for. Don't leave them in the comments here. I won't notice them because the comments get deleted as soon as the video's done. So even if I notice them during the stream, I don't have the ability to write them down right now. So if you really want me to know, send them to me on like Twitter or the Facebook fan page or whatever. In fact, if you're on Facebook, you can like my fan page. There's a link to it in the description. And my most recent thing was like, I'm live broadcasting. Just type games in there, whatever games you think I should go for. And that way I'll have like a really clear list. But that's up to you. Let's see here. Yeah, people are actually. I'm getting a lot of tweets, but they're all about Shenmue for some fucking reason. Did something happen while we've been streaming? Julian says to pick up Spyro Wii U. He's referring to there's a Skylanders game that only came out in Japan on the Wii U. A buddy of mine picked that up for me. I just haven't been able to get it from him yet. So I'll take a look just in case I think I can find another copy or something. But unlikely because that game's really hard to find. Did I fart? No. I did do this, though. I had this little, the thing that opened up the Wii U box. Little scissors. If this is a fart, then yes. Yeah, I'd go to Joyopolis. There's a lot. I'd go to Akihabara, but I'm not going to Tokyo. Belfast says that my voice just set off the OK Google on his phone. Dude, it just did that on mine a second I said that. Now, that makes sense, because that's my phone. But that's funny. But yeah, it literally did the exact same thing on my phone. I just looked over it. It started responding. Now that makes sense, though. I have a Pixel XL. Which franchise would I like to see brought back besides Shenmue? Well, Shenmue is coming back. I think I mentioned it earlier. Power Stone. Power Stone 3 needs to be a thing. How many game systems are out there in the world? Who the hell knows? And if you mean even just like the N64 counts once, it doesn't count 33 million times because that's how many they sold, then I don't know. Like, there's consoles out there you've never heard of from countries you will never go to. There's an astonishing amount of shit in the world. How many more games do I need for a full Wii U set? I'm not sure offhand. I don't have the list in front of me. One of my goals in Japan is to look up, to try and track down the few Japanese titles I still need. I set off Cortana on your phone as well. I don't even know how I did that one. I don't even know what the trigger is for Cortana. I had the Cortana app installed for like a day and it like never did anything I wanted it to. I was like, Cortana, can you remind me when this? And it would just not do it. So I was like, fuck this worthless shit. But then again, Google doesn't seem to be much better at it. Like, I was like, hey, Google, can you remind me, like, I have this thing? Just never seemed to do it. Have I been affected by the YouTube boycott? Yes, I have. I mentioned this at the beginning and a few times throughout, but it's fair to ask again. Yes, my ad revenue has been cut by about 40% on this channel and the other channels I work on, so shit ain't pretty right now. So that's another reason. Seriously, I appreciate the super chats. Like, usually that's like just a very nice bonus on your part, and I thank you for doing that. But now, unfortunately, if YouTube's policies continue, well, it's not their fault really, but it's if this whole thing continues to go that way, you're gonna look at a future where either YouTube Red is much more important than it ever was, or for most of your favorite YouTubers, they're going to be completely reliant on fan funding. things like Patreon and things like Super Chat and PayPal donations and all that shit. And I'm gonna tell you right now, none of us like that, dude. None of us feel good about that. You think I feel good that I'm like, oh, you know, I need your money to keep doing this? I don't. But it's just fucking economics. It's like the real world we live in. Like, if I can't do this, then I have to do something else because I have to continue to make a living. You know, I don't have money for retirement. I'm not set to go. It's just how it goes, man. It fucking sucks. But if their model continues, the super big ones like your PewDiePies and stuff like that, Tobuscus, those guys, they'll be fine. They'll be around. I mean, I've met Tobuscus. That guy's intense. But I've hung out with Tobuscus actually. But like guys like me will probably get phased out relatively quickly. Whereas the guys below us will just give up even sooner. But yeah, so I've been affected by it, and I'm hoping that they can fix that situation because obviously I don't want to go anywhere. But do I have a super ACAN? That was that thing that was only released in Taiwan, right? I don't have one of those. Have I considered vid.me? I have a vid.me page. All my videos are actually on there, but vid.me is not monetized. They keep promising monetization will come, so that's why they're sitting there waiting. But what have you missed from the past 30 minutes? I don't even know, dude. Me finishing my coffee and a bunch of questions, I think. Vid.me pays nowhere near YouTube. Vid.me doesn't pay at all. Vid.me's current monetization system is entirely through PayPal donations. And the average donation is like $1 if you get anything. I've literally not made a single cent on vid.me. Not one. Because you have to... there is no ad system over there yet. They think that'll be a thing at some point, but... When you going to retired game collecting? Well, if this job stops working sooner than later. Advertisers will come back. They have to. A new generation of users use YouTube as a primary media source. It's wishful thinking. And hopefully they find a way to sort this out. This may be just another one of these stupid hiccups that we all have to deal with. But this is definitely the most damaging one that has happened thus far. What would you do as a job if you had to leave YouTube? I don't know, dude. I would try to do other media things, I assume. Maybe I could get a job at Ubisoft. I have a lot of friends over there. Who knows? For Wii U collecting, are you going for variants or just single main releases? Just single main releases. I don't care about variants. Like, even with the Dreamcast, I didn't do variants. Like, you can be a super collector elsewhere with that shit. Does this mean YouTube is technically dying? Actually, where is the best place to go learn more about this? There's a lot of videos explaining it right now. You could Google it. I'm sure you'd find things. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. Like, YouTube has taken a massive hit from this. They might find ways to fix this. They might just re-entice advertisers and then all this shit will go away. There's no guarantee of that, though. But I can tell you just basically, based on analytics, that, yeah, you will find there's a lot of YouTubers claiming their ad revenue dropped like a massive percentage on this one date. And I'll tell you, based on the fact that I work on 4 channels, that's true. It did. On all those channels, it was like normal and then boom! Like, boom! Absolutely flat lines. Like, I couldn't tell you yet how much I've gotten from Super Chat here, but it's probably more than I've made in the last week combined, you know, just from backlog views, which is not good. Because it's not like I made a bunch of money tonight either. It's like maybe like $30-40 in donations, which I appreciate. And I'm not harping on like, oh, give me money or anything like that. But it's, you asked, like that's how it works. And it's not pretty right now. But I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be depressing or any shit like that. I'm just, you asked. You get to ask. I answer the question. Ubisoft seems to love me, apparently. Yeah, they seem to like me just fine. They sent me to Paris. That was pretty cool. Is that a Derrick Rose jersey? Yes, it is. It's autographed, too. If I'm looking for a sharp twin in Japan, look at the 505 model. Has longer cords and turbo built in. Joe, are you on Twitter or Facebook or anything where you could send me an image or something like that? What's my favorite game company? Like on a personal level or like through their history? Like what exactly are you asking? Laudnot just gave me $5 on Super Chat. I will now make you $5 richer than you were 5 seconds ago. Hopefully YouTube doesn't go the way of the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast is fondly remembered. If YouTube goes out, they won't go out fondly remembered. They'll be like, wow, remember when they were good? What the fuck happened at the end there? The Dreamcast never went through that. But thank you for the Super Chat, Laudmont. And now I feel fucking pathetic. That wasn't the goal. I'm just letting you know. Like, that wasn't the goal. I was just explaining shit. And Sensei Jr. just gave me $5. Thank you. You didn't write a comment, Sensei. Write a comment, buddy. Am I a car guy? No. Although I've always wanted a fucking DeLorean ever since Back to the Future. I was like, give me a fucking DeLorean. That would be fucking cool. Yeah, I know it's a shit car, but I still want one. Yeah, Sensei Jr., write a comment, buddy. 505 is the black and green Sharp Edition Famicom. Okay. Personally, what's my favorite game company? Well, if you're asking like that I've ever dealt with, I've dealt with Microsoft, Sony, Ubisoft. I'm thinking that's why I'm closing my eyes. 2K, Bethesda, Daybreak, which is formerly Sony Online Entertainment. God, I don't remember. I've dealt with a lot of them over the years. The ones that's definitely been the best to me is Ubisoft because they bring me to all their events. They're really cool to me. 2K does that as well. They just don't do it nearly as often because they don't make as many games as Ubisoft does. Microsoft, this was more of a public thing, but they at least bought us dinner once. They offered me free passes to E3 once as well, but only the passes themselves. Ironically, I have never heard a single word from Sega ever. I have a contact at Nintendo, but they're really gone anywhere. So I guess on a personal level, based on the people I've interacted with, it would be Ubisoft. They've definitely been the nicest to me. Hey, the Retro Electors, what's up, guys? They're two really good Canadian dudes. You guys, how far are you guys along in your goal? They're both collecting. One of them's collecting the entire Dreamcast library, North American, and the other's collecting NES. I don't know. Did one of you win yet? Laudmont says, as in regards to the donation, no worries, dude. I actually like donating to you because you're actually my favorite YouTuber. Thank you. That's supposed to be a heart, but it looks fucked up with this like knife in it. That says something, doesn't it? It's like symbolic. Thoughts on the Persona 5 controversy? What's the controversy? I didn't hear about it. Shenmue 4 not happening. Okay, we're a little early on that one. Speaking of E3, am I going this year? I've never been to an E3. Every year I get offered free passes to E3. Just the event passes. Last year I got offered passes by 4 different companies. E3 itself offered me passes. Machinima offered me passes. Microsoft offered me passes. And Ubisoft offered me passes. But I didn't have the ability to go. Like, it would have cost me a fuck ton of money to fly out there and get a hotel and all that shit. So I didn't go. If for some reason that were to change, if for some reason somebody was like, yeah, we'll bring you out and put you up and you can go, like, sure, of course I would go, but I can't imagine anybody would ever do that. Did you send in your Wii U gamepad to have a video capture installed? I didn't know you could do that. No. But I now have 2 Wii U's. This is the one I unboxed on the stream. So there you go. Danny is currently at 600 NES games. Mike is at 152 Dreamcast. Getting harder to find common games now. Yeah, you get used to that. If you guys haven't checked out the Retro Electors, you should. They're pretty cool. I did a video with them a couple of times. They've popped up on my channel at a few convention videos I did. They were in it, and I showed up and they interviewed me once on their channel a couple of years ago. What was that, like 2015 that we did that? Atlas is preventing people from streaming gameplay of certain areas of Persona 5. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That I guarantee you it would be Sega of Japan and not Sega of North America. And yes, I said Sega because Sega owns Atlas. There's something in, I mean, I'm about to go to Japan, so I don't feel like shit talking them, but there's something about that Japanese culture there where they don't get YouTube at all. The whole concept of streaming videos, because every time you hear about one of these fucking stories, it's always, oh, Nintendo of Japan, Sega of Japan decided to do that shit. You never hear about that from the North American or European branches. Do I have a Japanese Wii U? I do not. I'm very unlikely to get one because why? I just bought a second one. The other thing about the Wii U is it's much easier to mod now. Like, it can be flashed relatively easily. So I'm thinking what I might do is flash this one and make it region free so that I can, because I have a bunch of imports I can't use. I'm thinking that might be the way to do it. Does the refurbished Wii U from Nintendo come complete in the box? Yes, it does. I did the whole unboxing earlier in this video. It just comes in this like generic white box, but it has a nice label on it. And as it says, it comes with the console, the gamepad, AC adapter, high-speed HDMI cable, sensor bar, and a physical copy of Nintendo Land. So yeah, and plus it's got manuals and that kind of shit. Yeah, my plan was I was gonna hook it all up and try to test it here on the stream. I wasn't gonna test Nintendo Land though because I didn't want a content ID claim. I was gonna test Lego Force Awakens. My buddy Matt Sloan voiced Darth Vader in this game, so I thought that would for some reason be more interesting. That, and I know I wouldn't get a fucking strike from WB Games. Do I watch Red Letter Media's YouTube channel? I used to watch him a lot. I actually used to do parody videos with him in collaboration to some extent. Like I had his permission to do videos as like small response videos to his like Star Wars reviews. I've met him once too. I'm gonna try. I haven't done this voice in years. I tried to do an impression of his voice. My son accidentally hung himself in the bathroom at the gas station. You guys remember that? I would have to kind of work on it a little more. I haven't tried to do that impression in years. But if you haven't, go watch the 70-minute Star Wars Episode 1 review. It's one of the funniest things that's like ever been made. It was really good. And we did review videos of his videos with his consent, where I essentially was playing him reviewing his own video, if that makes any sense. What camera would I want to have? Like, if I could have any camera? I haven't really done much camera shopping because it's an expensive endeavor. That's one of the things my Patreon was intended for, if I could get anything out of it to work. Like, look, I made a Patreon because people were pretending to be me to get money from other people, which was a fucking sickening feeling. So I thought, okay, if people want to fund the channel or support the channel, much like you can do now through Super Chat, thank you again, you can do that through Patreon. But at least with Patreon, I'm like, look, if you're going to do that, I'll give you some rewards. I'll give you the podcast that I just make because of Patreon. And I'll give you early access to videos, and you can even be on the podcast if you really want to, stuff like that. But the fuck was I? I'm sorry, I have been going for a while. Where was I going with that? I apologize. I just totally spaced on where I was going with that. Oh, the camera. So I thought, okay, if I'm gonna do this, at least I can put the money towards something. I can, get a camera out of it. But I never even came close to reaching any of the goals that would be necessary to do that. And now, unfortunately, with ad revenue being cut and all that shit, Patreon's more necessary than it ever was. So yeah, sorry. I don't mean to keep harping on this. People fucking ask, So sorry. How can we get Nintendo to stop going after YouTubers? I thought they were going to, man. I thought they had learned their lesson, and with the Switch, they were going to be nicer about it. But if anything, they've been more intense. It's always Nintendo of Japan. Always Nintendo of Japan. Like I said, I have a contact at Nintendo, and I know people. I won't mention any names, but I know people who know them pretty well. And they all say the North American and the European branches are so fed up with this bullshit because they know the power of advertising, free advertising through YouTube. But the Japanese branch just always overrides them because they have that ability and they just use it. And it's a constant fucking PR nightmare for them. So you guys did hear the Mr. Plinkett in there. What's wrong with your face?
I used to do this voice a lot better, but it's not so good no more. I would have to do more practicing. And I'm gonna kill the hooker in the basement in my bathroom.
Yeah, I think it's starting to get there. Does Adam know everyone? Jeez, no, I don't. I do know a lot of YouTubers though. I've hung out with a lot of them, and I usually, if I mention it all, it's always like a casual, like, oh yeah, I hung out with Angry Joe for a while, or I hung out with Tobuscus for a while. There's not really much else to say. Like, the amount I'm actually friends with is much smaller, or at least the ones I'm on a first name basis with, that kind of thing. Oh, talk about the potential Mario Maker ad for the fucking... Oh, Jesus. Dude, Mario Maker for... If Nintendo had allowed that to be what it should have been, Mario Maker could have done for the Wii U what what YouTube did for Minecraft. Like, it could have exploded. It could have been so fucking successful, man. But Nintendo just lacked that vision. And so Super Mario Maker, as great as it was, it didn't fucking matter, because you're making a game that's designed to celebrate the history of your most famous franchise and encouraging people to celebrate it by sharing it. Then, when they try to, you actually financially punish them. Fuck you. Like, why would I help you then? So, yeah, that was just like the all-time stupidest fucking bonehead decision Nintendo's ever made. And they still make it. They still make that stupid fucking decision. What did Nintendo do with all the Wii U? I assume you're talking about the recalled ones. My guess is they're now selling them to... I think that's what they did with mine. It's like a refurbished unit. They're just reselling for less just to get rid of them. My Plinkett almost sounds like Al Pacino. Maybe. I'd have to... Like I said, I'd have to kind of refine my Mr. Plinkett. I haven't worked on it in years. Did I try to pull a Heath Ledger there, Adam? Didn't sound too bad.
No, not exactly. Why so serious? It's simple. We kill the Batman.
I used to do that one better too, but again, I haven't worked on that one in years either. Have I ever met Mark Bustler? I'm not sure who that is.
Send me $1 for the pizza rolls.
Am I into baseball? Not really, although I was very happy when the Cubs won because I'm from Chicago. I was in San Francisco at the time, but I've watched that fucking Game 7. I've never been so into a baseball game in my entire life. Oh, that shit was intense. AC Paul has to head out. Have a good night. He says, have fun in Japan. Thank you. If you guys don't know, I am going to Japan in a matter of hours. My flight is at 6 a.m. It is currently 8:30 p.m. Worst impression of yours is Joker. Yeah, like I said, I didn't really work. I used to do it a lot better. I'd have to get more into character. That's a hard character because you have to kind of fuck yourself up a little bit before you can get into it. You gave me enough time, I would do it better. I used to do a lot of Tommy Wiseau's, from The Room. Yeah, my Mickey Mouse impression is fine. Mariah Carey, that one I'm unfamiliar with. Yeah, the Mickey Mouse is that's my shit. I play fucked up, as you can see, messed up Mickey Mouse. This is War Wounds, suicide bombed Mickey Mouse. That one I do. What's the best voice impression I do besides Mickey Mouse and Stitch? I can do a G1 Generation 1 Megatron pretty well. Emperor Palpatine I can do okay. Beast Wars Megatron I can do all right. Some of them are harder to hold though, because some of those sting like bad. Remind me at the end of the stream if you really want to hear, because some of those I can only do for like a minute, and if I do them, then I'm gonna have to kind of end the stream because my throat's gonna hurt. Mickey and Stitch I can just keep doing, like those aren't hard. I would do my Tommy Wiseau, but I haven't practiced that one in years either. So it's another one of those things where I kind of have to get more immersed in it, and then I'm much better at it. What did I do to Mickey's arms? I was in Los Angeles, and I was hanging out with a guy who's like the lead colorist for Bob's Burgers, that TV show, and he collects like old toys and stuff. And he just gave this to me because he knows I plays Mickey, and it's like obviously all fucked up and stuff. And he's like, "Yeah, your Mickey's like psychotic." So, as I said earlier in the stream, my story for this Mickey is,
I was installing a new child into this It's a Small World ride, and the little fucker had a suicide bomb vest attached to him, and he took me out, son of a bitch!
That's my Mickey. Do a Unicron impression. I used to do that one too. That one's kind of difficult too because it's very deep.
I'm Unicron. Megatron.
Yeah, it's that one's hard because you can only kind of do it quiet. Or at least I can only do it quiet.
Generation 1 Megatron. As you can see, I will destroy you, Optimus Prime.
Generation 1 Megatron. When I'm in Japan, am I going to Nintendo? No. Are they in Osaka? If they're in Osaka, then I might. Phobia Stefan, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. 3.5 hours in and running still. Not bad. Is that how long it's been? Jesus. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, dude, Stefan, I'm going to Japan tonight. What's up? I should do a puppet show video with Mickey Mouse figure. Dude, I already... Check it out. That's me torturing my friend as a puppet, and I'm Mickey Mouse. Like, I'm a corrupt, psychotic Mickey Mouse. With, according to the illustrator anyway. You can see I got a bulge there. I got a big fucking dick. Juan approves of my Generation 1 Megatron. Thank you. Yeah, the Generation 1 Megatron, I at least practice from time to time. There's a lot of them I don't do that often, like the ones I was mentioning earlier. Like, Unicron I can do, but I can only do them really quiet, and I have to kind of get into it. The ones that I can just pull out of a holster are limited. Oh, Nintendo's in Kyoto, or then I guess I'm not going. Stefan, yeah, I'm going to Osaka, dude, so I'm actually going to go to that exact store you sent me a video of. I actually been watching that video for research. Stefan went... you guys might know Stefan. Stefan, you know what? Where are you, buddy? Hang on a second. Stefan is your new moderator. Welcome, Stefan. So, just so you guys can see, make sure you know who he is. Yeah, Stefan is the guy who hooked me up with the Apple Pippin and all these other things while he was living in Japan for a while. He also sent me this video of, I think it was a Super Potato in Osaka. So I got a sense of what the store is going to be like and all this shit. And yeah, I'm excited, man. How many times have I gone to Japan? Never. I've never been there before. Suicide Bolshevik quotes me. I got a big fucking dick. I do. How do you get a good deal on rare consoles like the FM Towns Marty and Amiga CD32? FM Towns Marty I don't own. I'm actually hoping to find one in Japan if I can find it cheap enough. Amiga CD32, my buddy Raymond, who lives in the UK, he was rounding up a bunch of those a few years ago when nobody cared about it, and he just let me have it. Now Amiga CD32s are really hard to find even over there, which I think is partially my fault, and I don't mean to take credit, but I made a video about it kind of explaining what it was, and then suddenly a bunch of people wanted them. So I'm wondering, because a buddy of mine over there named Tom, who runs Super Tomato, he told me the same thing. He's like, in 2014 when you were here, nobody gave a shit about the Amiga CD32. Then we had a bunch of people come in and buy all our CD32 stock and mentioned you by name. So that's a small test sample size, but if there's any truth to it, then well, sorry. Practice G1 Megatron while playing with your Megatron toy, right? No, my Megatron he stays in the other room protecting it from Autobot interference and flesh creatures.
We will destroy the flesh creatures.
I can't do a Starscream. People are asking Starscream. I can't do Starscream. I know a guy who can do it pretty well. We were doing a live stream of beer and board games last night up in Wisconsin, and he can do Starscream, and I was doing Megatron, and we were doing a little brief riff together where Starscream got stuck in the bath, like he got stuck in a porta potty, and I was like commanding him to get out and fucking destroy Autobots, but he was still stuck, and we couldn't figure out how to get him out of the porta potty. Improv comedy.
Can I do Christian Bale's Batman? Yes, who can't?
All you gotta do is sound like a grizzly bear talking. Christian Bale's great, but his Batman was weird. Am I gonna try and get Xbox Japanese exclusives? I have all the OG Japanese exclusives for the Xbox, funny enough. Mostly thanks to Stefan. Thank you, Stefan. But I don't know about 360. I don't have any. I don't even know which ones there are. As for Xbox One, I have a couple, again, thanks to Stefan. I don't think there's that many of them. Stefan says that video that he filmed for me, referring to Super Potato in Osaka, really annoyed his wife, his sister-in-law, and her boyfriend because he spent 2 hours in that store. Sorry, dude. Now you know how it goes. Have you heard they're using footage of Carrie Fisher in episode 9? Yes, I did. That's interesting. So they must have had some extra stuff they're going to find some way to link in. I know they said they weren't going to fuck with episode 8 in any way in regards to her being dead, but they obviously thought we have this clip that we can use here to explain this, X, Y, and Z. So hopefully they know what they're doing. Do I have or will I ever own a Casio Loopy? I don't have one. I'm not even totally sure what it is. Can I do Doc from Back to the Future? No. But if you watch this channel, maybe you missed this. I don't know. I did make 2 Back to the Future movies on this channel using Back to the Future the game. Back to the Future 4 and 5 is what I called them. You can check it out, and they're pretty fun. Actually, it was Telltale made the game, and I just took the footage and I edited it into two what I consider very cohesive films. Enough so that the official Back to the Future podcast had me on as a guest. And I actually got a very nice message from one of the creators of the game over at Telltale. I'm not going to say who. And he was very, very appreciative of my making that because it confirmed for him that they had told the story well enough that it could be a movie, which was very flattering. And even more flattering, there's a guy selling pirated fucking Blu-rays of it on eBay. Whatever. You watch it for free on YouTube. Don't give that guy your money. Is my Nintendo Switch bent? No, it is not. Get an SG-1000. Those things are expensive, man. Am I excited for the Scorpio? I'll be more excited when I know the price. I can't believe there's still 180 of you watching. Thank you. I've been doing this for how long now? I don't even have that page open. 3 hours and 40 minutes. Damn, son. If I want to check out anything in Kyoto, that's totally an option. It's easy to get there and pretty close. It's like 35 miles from Osaka. It takes about 45 minutes to get there. Through like the train system, I'm guessing. Which I might consider. I was probably just going to stay in Osaka. I don't know how adventurous I'm going to feel like being. What are my thoughts on Lego Sonic so far? My buddy helped design the Sonic for Lego Dimensions. A guy named Jordy. I met him at Star Wars Celebration in London last year. He just walked up to me and he was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan of your channel." And then he told me what he does, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I develop for games." And he was like, "Oh yeah, I also developed what Sonic looked like." I was like, "What? That's fucking cool." Samo watched the Back to the Future video cover to cover. Says good work. Thank you. Did you watch both? There's 2 of them. A lot of people don't watch the 5th one because they don't know it exists for some reason. How many Switch games do I have? I have 4. Binding of Isaac, Breath of the Wild, 1-2 Switch, and Super Bomberman. I will get what's that? No More Heroes or whatever the fuck it's called. Has Been Heroes, something like that. I will get that. That's currently a GameStop physical exclusive. It's $20. I just haven't had time to pick it up. I'm gonna get it when I get back from Japan, probably. Will you carry on gaming if it eventually goes digital only, or will you focus on retro stuff? Fuck digital. Fuck it up its ass. I'm never going that route. I got standards, man. You gotta draw the line somewhere. What food am I looking forward to in Japan? Probably stuff I can't name because I haven't had it before. Obviously, I'm going to want some sushi just for the fuck of it, but, we'll see. Do I have a Best Buy Gamers Club Unlocked account? Of course. I made, the video on how to do that. On, what it was. That was an annoying video to make because I was like, "Hey, guys, I found out about this thing, and it's fucking awesome." And, half the comments were like, "You fucking sell out. How much does Best Buy pay you?" I'm like, you can't win, man. I just tried to make a video just telling people about this cool way to save a bunch of money, and I'm the asshole. It's like, Best Buy's never talked to me, ever. I should pre-order Puyo Puyo Tetris. I did. a while ago. Best Buy had this. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a sellout. I'm talking about Best Buy. Best Buy had this thing where, first of all, they have Gamers Club Unlocked, which I was of course using, but they also had this thing where if you spend $100 using a Visa, you'd automatically get another $25 off. So I made like a group of pre-orders and just did it in like $100 blocks and then saved $25 off each one. So there was a bunch of Switch games that I pre-ordered just to do, and of course I can cancel if I want to, but that one I'm for sure gonna keep. Would I pirate digital only games? No, I don't give a fuck, dude. If it's digital only, it's meaningless to me. It's completely meaningless. Like, I wouldn't play. I mean, we don't have, fortunately, I have to go through this with Shenmue 3. If there's a Shenmue 4, it's digital only. I don't give a shit. I'm not sure if that's there for you, but I saw a couple of Star Wars battle pods during my stay. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Stefan. What do you think of Fast and Furious adding one more installment? I've never even seen one. Aren't they going to do like... I heard they're doing one where they go into space or something. Are exclusives good or bad? Good. They're a necessary evil. Let's put it that way. You need them to make your platform interesting. If every single console had every single game, there would be no incentive to get one thing. So you need them to make your console or any sort of device have a purpose. And that's why, unfortunately, the Xbox One specifically, right now is not interesting. Because everything that is exclusive to it is exclusive, but it's also on PC. So why the fuck would you buy an Xbox One? Like, and I'm a console-only gamer, so it doesn't, I'll still get it for the Xbox One. But you're not winning anybody over to the Xbox One when they can play the same shit on a PC. I mean, Nintendo, love them or hate them, give them all the shit you want, whatever. They have the most interesting exclusives because that's what they do. And Sony gets credit where it deserves it. They have some very interesting exclusive party titles as well. Microsoft doesn't. And you need them. Otherwise, nobody gives a fuck about your console. What do I think about the video game booklet going away? I think it sucks. But if that happens to prolong the lifespan of physical games in general, that would be great. And that seems to be the case. Other than Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd, what are the celebrities you remember having conversation with? Are you calling them celebrities? I mean, I know a lot of YouTubers, if that's what we're talking about. Yes, I have talked to both of them. Okay, so I hung out with Tobuscus for a while. Like, he bought me dinner, actually. It wasn't just me. It wasn't like, hey, let's go out to dinner with Tobuscus. It was like a bunch of YouTubers at a 2K event. We all hung out afterwards, and it was like 5-10 of us. And he bought us all dinner. That guy's eccentric. Hung out with Angry Joe for a while. He actually chatted me up more than I talked to him. He didn't know who I was or anything. He just was a very chatty guy. I've hung out with a lot of fucking YouTubers because I go to a lot of media events and a lot of conventions. So I don't know. You'd have to name some people, and more likely I could tell you if I know them or not. Will Has-Been Heroes be rare? I don't know. It's hard to say that because the thing is, when everyone thinks a game's going to be rare, it's not rare because then everyone goes out buying it thinking it's rare, thus everyone has it, thus it's not rare. The rare ones are generally the ones that nobody fucking wants and everybody gets rid of. That's why the most expensive Wii U games right now are shit like Hello Kitty, Turbo, and The Croods. All fucking like movie or shitty property games that nobody bought because nobody gave a fuck. Don't be surprised if, what's that, I think Madagascar Penguins or something exists on the Wii U. I have no idea if it's worth anything, but it's a movie game that probably nobody bought, so I'll bet you it eventually gets valuable. Whereas the ones you think are going to be valuable, apparently don't fucking matter. If I ever met the Game Grumps, them I have not met. Have I ever met PewDiePie? Yes. Once, very briefly. I was at a YouTuber party at PAX Prime in Seattle, 2015, and there was a lot of YouTubers in there. I would call it more of an encounter. And I almost ran into him a second time in the United Kingdom. I went to a store called Retro Game Base, and the person working there recognized me and said I was the second YouTuber who they knew of anyway, who had ever been in the store. I said, who's the first? And they said, PewDiePie. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, you just missed him. He was in here like 10 minutes ago. So if I had been there earlier, I would have been hanging out in a tiny store with just PewDiePie. Supposedly, but I don't know how true that actually was. Star Wars battle pods are arcade cabinets in which you sit inside a cockpit of a TIE fighter. Oh, that's fucking cool as shit. Do I listen to podcasts? Not that often, although I do make a bunch. I have one from my channel, which again, you can get through Patreon, or it eventually comes out publicly on the channel. I also do one for Game Society, my other channel. I've been on a bunch of podcasts, but I actually very rarely listen to any. I just don't really have time, dude. Jim Sterling. I've never met Jim Sterling, although... Oh, no, I'm thinking of... Who's the guy I'm thinking of? Who's the guy... Philip DeFranco. That's who I was thinking of. When I was in Los Angeles, I had the opportunity to meet Philip DeFranco, but we didn't have time. I don't know. But no, I never met Jim Sterling. I have met the Game Chasers, yes. I've actually hung out with Jordan quite extensively. Have I seen the Smurfs movie? No. Can I talk about Lego Sonic? I just did, dude. Like 10 minutes ago. Shenmue AM2 podcast. Based on your name, I'm assuming that's your podcast. I have not been on that. Back to the Future 4 and 5 are how I found your channel. I also enjoyed your console generation series and SCART reviews. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's a wide range of interests right there. Worst video game video by Watch Mojo. I don't really watch them, although I have been in a couple of their videos. They never ask you for permission, but at least they credit you anyway. Do I like or am I friends with Silvermania, Justin Silverman? Yeah, I'm actually very good friends with him. He's actually my manager. Well, he's one of my managers. Let me put it that way. I've done a couple of live Q&A panels with him as well. You found my channel from Gaming Historian. Wait, did Norm recommend me? I've met Norm a couple of times. I've hung out with him a little bit. I would be surprised if he had recommended me though, because he and I went. I met him the first time at Too Many Games last year, and then there wasn't much to that. We just chatted a little bit, and he clearly had never seen me or heard of me, which is totally fine. And then at AVGC in September of last year, we hung out, and we all had to go to the airport at the same time. So it was like Norm, Gaming Historian, myself, and Pat the NES Punk all shared an Uber out there. So I know those guys. Alpha Omega Sin. I've actually never met Bill. I've never even talked to him. We're never at the same event. I don't think he knows I exist, would be my guess. Classic Game Room. I've never met Mark, although I know he knows I exist because I'm friends with David Crossan, who, if you watched Classic Game Room since the beginning, he's like the other guy who founded Classic Game Room, and he was on the show for like 3 years. I'm really good friends with David, and David has mentioned him to me multiple times, or mentioned to Mark that I exist multiple times, because he thinks we should do some sort of collaboration, but it's never obviously happened. So yeah, I've never met him either. He lives in Pittsburgh, and I never have a reason to go to Pittsburgh. Mark doesn't really go to conventions, from what I hear. Have I met Ryan from Screenwave and Cinemasker? Yes. He's one of my managers as well. What happened to Alpha Omega Sin? I don't know. I noticed he stopped making videos. I assume life got in the way. Or maybe he was the smart one. Maybe he got out before all the YouTube ad revenue shit was destroyed. I don't know. What do you think Sega's reaction to indie devs still making Dreamcast games? Are they flattered by it? I guarantee they don't give a shit. I doubt they even really care. I would be surprised if they even know. I have not met Philip DeFranco. Female YouTubers I've met. Zombie Unicorn was just hanging out with her in Los Angeles. Although I think she's more Twitch, isn't she? There aren't as many, obviously. You'd have to name some, but for the most part, in like retro gaming especially, the ones that I are usually dudes. Have I met Metal Jesus Rocks? No, I've never met him. Because he and I don't end up on the same conventions usually. He tends to be on a lot of West Coast conventions. I tend to be on a lot of East Coast conventions. I go to the West Coast a lot for like, events like Ubisoft stuff like that. But he's never at those. And the only conventions I've been to on the West was like PAX Prime, and you would think he would go because he's from Seattle, but he wasn't there. Or at least I didn't encounter him when I was. CJR I've met multiple times. Yeah, I know him pretty well. Found my channel through Xbox One rants. I'm glad. Nara would also be a cool place, a cool city to visit. If you're closer to Osaka, then you'll be having a deer running around the city. It's also first and former capital of Japan. Oh, that's cool. Have I met Trump? No, I've never met Donald Trump. Here's a dark question for you. Which YouTuber do you think would take your place on YouTube if you were to die on your trip to Japan? I don't have one in mind. I haven't made a call to anybody. I mean, nobody just takes over access to your channel. It would just stop existing. If I were to die on the trip to Japan or died there, you have a couple of videos I have pre-uploaded that would come out later this month, and then you'd never hear from me again. That's how that would go. Have I met Chad Tronic? I don't even know who that is. Have I met Blasphemous HD? Never heard of him. Best video by Rerez. My favorite one that he did was worst video game console ever, which is like the standard answer that people give. Shane's pretty good at what he does. He takes a lot more time on stuff than I do, obviously. Pete Dorr. I met him once, very briefly at AVGC. Like it was a brief encounter. Like I didn't really interact with him at all. He was one of the reasons I started doing YouTube. Like small part of it. He wasn't like the primary reason, but I liked what he was doing, and I thought, yeah, I might be able to do something like this too. Aaron and Emery would take over my channel if they died. No, dude, they don't even know the login for our channel, much less mine. They're fucking retarded. Do I own any plug-and-play consoles? No, those things are shit. My phone just vibrated, and it's not really supposed to do that, so this better be important. Hang on one second. In case this actually matters... Okay, it does. Hang on one second. Sorry, I just have to check it real quick. Okay, everything's fine. My mother is actually getting on a plane tonight going to the opposite end of the world. So she was letting me know she's boarding. When am I coming back to England? Currently no plans. Do I watch wrestling? I used to, not anymore. What do I think of Count Dooku's lightsaber? I don't think about it. I acknowledge it. It was a lightsaber. Do I think YouTube could die off in a couple of years if it lasts? I assume you're talking about the whole ad thing again. Yeah, I mean, if if ad revenue dries up on YouTube and people like me have to stop making videos, YouTube doesn't have content. If YouTube doesn't have content, it doesn't have a fucking system. It'll just become another one of those failed experiments like Blip TV. And I mean, I know Vimeo's still around, but they don't matter. Scott Squatch, yeah, I met him a couple times. I hung out with him a bit at Too Many Games. Any trip to Canada through Michigan plan? No, my next trip up to Canada, I'm going to Winnipeg for FanQuest, which is a convention, at the end of May, but I'm just flying. I currently have no plans to go back to Toronto anytime soon, which is unfortunate because I love that place. I might go to Con Bravo if I'm invited. I'll go, but I haven't been formally invited yet. But it's still a little early for them to be doing invites for guests. Am I excited for Tekken 7? No. Do I follow any sports besides basketball? That's obviously the one I follow the most. I generally follow Chicago teams in general, but only like if it's getting serious. Like when the Blackhawks get into the playoffs, if they actually make noise and they get towards the Stanley Cup, I might actually pay attention to that. Obviously, when the Cubs won, I watched the World Series, or at least Game 7, a lot. The only exception to that would really be maybe the Bears, the football team. If they even like 2006 when they were in the Super Bowl, I still didn't watch because I so do not give a fuck about football. I mean, American hand egg. I don't give a fuck about it. Should Retron consoles be legal? If they did it legally, sure. Problem is they don't. They pirate emulators and just stick them in there. What do I think of the It trailer? I didn't see it. Ha, pun. Unintended. Who would I want added to Smash Bros? This is a dumb answer and it's an obvious one. I want Ryo Hazuki in there because I want a Ryo Hazuki amiibo. Retrolectors say, let me know when you come up to Toronto. We'll meet up. I'm sure I would, dude. But like I said, no current plans. Again, possibly I will be at Con Bravo, but I don't know that yet. The Wild are going to beat the Blackhawks this year in the playoffs. They might. I don't fucking follow hockey enough. Am I against digital forms of music, films, and books? Not with the same passion. Like films, I'll watch stuff on Netflix, but I actually like it. I'm gonna get a physical copy. I don't buy music or books in general, so I don't really care. What music I do have is digital, I admit, but it's just because the passion is there for games, and with movies, it's not there with music or books. Stephen McDonald does not like my Emery pun. Sorry. Have I ever met Some Call Me Johnny? That name sounds really familiar, but I don't think so. Because if I can't remember it probably didn't happen. Media Glitch Joe? Never heard of that. If you could back up digital games purchased on a console to physical media, would you change your stance on digital marketplace? You're essentially saying if I could make like a DVD-R of something I download off of Xbox Live and then just pop that DVD-R in and have it work, would I be okay with it? The answer is no. You're essentially talking about just piracy. Like that's essentially what that is. You can already kind of do that. No, that's stupid to me. That's not a real release. Am I drunk? No, I'm just fucking tired. I've been doing this for 4 hours and 2 minutes now. And I'm out of coffee. I ran out of coffee like a half hour ago. Do I go to any events in Chicago or around the area? Not really. I mean, I have been to in my lifetime, but nothing comes to mind. Like Lollapalooza and stuff like that. I don't do that because I don't care about music. What is my stance on a digital marketplace? People want to support it, that's their choice. I don't. It doesn't interest me. I get why people care. I don't. My favorite director, I mean, it's kind of an obvious answer, but Steven Spielberg. I used to really, really like Kevin Smith films until he made Cop Out. That broke me. You have to understand, Kevin Smith, like, I idolized that guy. I thought he was fucking fantastic. I know people either love him or hate him or whatever, but, like, I thought his movies were amazing in most regards. And I would, like, you know, I went to go see him live, perform once, all this shit. I thought he was fucking great. And then I went to go see Cop Out, and I was like, done. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen, to make you go from like, oh fuck, to oh fuck. And it was just, yeah. So I saw a couple of his movies since, and I liked him. Like, I liked Tusk. I know people hated that movie. I liked it, but nah, that was gone. George Lucas, obviously I have massive respect for, but he really only made one good movie, like, when you break it down. Have I ever been to Denver, Colorado? Yes, I have, but I was like 12 at the time. I don't really remember it all that well. Where to coconut water? The coconut milk is in the fridge, which I have to finish off tonight because I'm going to Japan, so I want to get rid of a bunch of shit. Oh, I should look for a cool Saturn in Japan. I know what you're talking about. That's that weird one that just says cool whatever on it. Yeah, no, like I said before, man, like, I'd rather focus on hardware I can't get here, like really unique hardware, like an FM Towns Marty, as opposed to like a reskin of a console that I already have. Red State was good. I did like Red State, Kevin Smith film. Favorite Mario game? Super Mario World, SNES. Have I ever been to Louisville, Kentucky? I think so. I don't remember. If I did, I was definitely a kid at the time. Will I play OG Wii games with my all control? With the all control? I'm not sure what that means. Do you do things when you want to, even if you aren't taking care of your body by exercising? That would be a good tip to live really long. Are you asking if I exercise? Because the answer is fuck no. Look at me, dude. Do I have Netflix? If so, what's my favorite Marvel series? Yes, I do. Daredevil. I have not watched Luke Cage though. And is The Punisher even out yet? Because I obviously haven't seen that. Jessica Jones was fine. But I liked Daredevil more. Have I ever been to Connecticut? Yes, I have. I've actually been to all 50 states. By the time I was 13, my mother really liked us to travel. Probably why I'm good at it, because, you know, like now, whenever you have to go to conventions or media events, I'm always the first guy to be like, all right, I'll go, because I'm the most accustomed to it. I'm more like, all right, you do this, then you pack that up, and then you get on the plane. I'm just so fucking used to it that it's like, to me, it's not a hassle. Plus, I live in Chicago, so most places I can get a direct flight, whereas most of the people I work with can't do that. Like, they live in like Madison, Wisconsin, and you can't get a direct flight anywhere. Or the other guy lives out in like Aurora, which is like where Wayne's World took place, and it's like at least an hour drive, and then you figure out what you're gonna do with the car and all this other bullshit. And I don't have those problems, so it just made me the logical choice for someone to get around like that. What shows are you into right now? All right, this is gonna sound like a fucked up one. It's not a recent show, although it is still active. Mayday Air Disasters. It's all about famous plane crashes and all this shit. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna watch that right before I get in the fucking plane. What do I care? Buy a Sega Mark III. Ooh, that's a good suggestion. I hadn't thought about that. That's a good one. I probably should do that if I can find one. Laudmont, I could have passed you on the street and I wouldn't even have known. I assume you're talking about, I'm guessing you live in Connecticut based on that question. Maybe, but I would have been like 9 years old. You probably wouldn't have known me. And if you did, that would have been fucking weird, dude. Would I ever move to Madison? I'd rather cut off my balls. The fucking place is in America's anus. How long do we think until YouTube is replaced? I don't know, man. Amazon and vid.me are in the perfect position to be able to do some damage to YouTube, especially with their stupid ad problems right now. I don't know if they'll get there. I don't know if they'll jump on it, but I don't know. We'll see. What cartoons do I watch? Last cartoon series I watched all the way through, which was a rewatch because I'd seen it many times before, Rocko's Modern Life. I'd have to really look over at the DVDs to really figure that one out. Am I ever going to do a Nuon review? I don't own one. If I had one, sure. Mayday Air Disasters is the best show ever. Watch it every day. Yeah, it's pretty good. Buy an AV Famicom or a big red Famicom disk system. I have a Famicom disk system, actually. But an AV Famicom, not a bad idea, but not as high of a priority because it's basically an NES top loader that plays Famicom games. Granted, as composite out, but I'd rather go for things like the FM Towns Marty or the PCFX or something like that. But Sega Mark III is a good suggestion. They're bringing back Invader Zim. I never watched it in the first place. Sorry. Brian has to go. He says, enjoy Japan. Thank you very much. Do you own Rocko's Modern Life Uncensored? As far as I know, there never was an official release of the uncensored version. There's like 3 scenes in the entire series that were slightly modified for rebroadcast, and those are the versions they put on the DVDs. All 3 scenes are visible on YouTube. They're small things. They're basically like, I don't know how this got past the censors the first time, but this won't stay type of things. Like there's mostly like blowjob jokes, which is fucking weird for a little kid's show, and I get that. But that show had balls, man. Like that show was cool. Unless there was an uncensored version of it released in, like, I don't know, fucking Germany or something, which I don't know about, I'm just making that up, then no. There is no uncensored official release, as far as I know. Virtual Boy or Tiger R-Zone? Are you asking which is worse, which is better? What are you asking? Am I going to look for Apple Pippin games? Yes, that is a good suggestion. If I could find that Power Rangers game, I'd be very happy. Do I know any stores in Chicago that sell old games for consoles? Yeah, the People Play Games is pretty good. Video Games, etc., also known as Video Games Then and Now, is pretty good. There's a lot of disc replays. Those are pretty good. There's a store in Oak Park I can't remember the name of offhand. That's not bad. But retro gaming stores in Chicago are surprisingly few and far between, unfortunately. Retro Electors are having a good night. See ya. Have I learned any Japanese phrases? Just some basic shit that I learned in college. Ima nanji desu ka? Means what time is it? Like useless shit that I won't be able to do anything with. Because even if I ask that question and I know that question is correct, I can't understand the answer. So I'm mostly going to be relying on my phone to translate shit. Virtual Boy or R-Zone, which is better, which is worse? Virtual Boy is definitely a better machine. Because at least the software on there is playable, even if it fucking hurts. Like, the games themselves were well programmed. If you could play them just on a different screen, you'd probably enjoy them. R-Zone ain't got that luxury. I've said it before, man. The R-Zone, like... the R-Zone sucks. There's no dispute. But the Neo Geo X is the one and only console I've ever regretted buying. And mind you, I own a fucking Tiger R-Zone. Atari Jaguar, would you buy one? I have one. So yes. I even did a video defending it because it gets a really bad rap from people who don't know anything about it. Do I think phone gaming will harm the future of gaming? In the sense that there's less need for consoles, yes. What do you use to catalog all of your games? My computer and my fingers and typing. And no, I just use like Notepad and stuff, and I just keep like documents of things. Did I hear about the Panzer Dragoon Saga crack making the game available to people without emulation or buying a copy? No. I mean, I don't know enough about the details of that. Because, I mean, the game was rippable even back in the 90s. The problem is being able to play it stable. Because emulation on the Saturn has never been particularly good. Although they cracked the Saturn recently. I mean, it was just some guy. But what they've done with that, I don't know. Do I have a Neo Geo Pocket? Yes, I do. Thoughts on 4K Blu-ray? Looks good. I don't have any, though. A Japanese Switch. Will I get one? No, why would I? Have I ever been to Bolivia? I have not. Favorite Muppet from the Muppets or Sesame Street? I like that big monster dude who chases him around in the Muppet movie, although he's pretty cool.
I can kind of do a Kermit the Frog here, but I think everybody can do a Kermit the Frog.
Don't forget to check out Book Offs. Oh, I definitely will. Bandai Pladia. I'd love to find one of those. Hey, thank you. Big O Ringgit just gave me just super chat. He says marathon live stream again tonight. I think some of the ad revenue will recover once the ad boycott blows over. I hope so, but if they don't win those advertisers back, then people like me are just fucked. So thank you for the super chat, because fuck, man, you guys have no idea how much I don't want that to have to be a thing. Like, I do not want to have to come to you and be like, I need the money or I can't keep going, because that sucks. But eventually, it's very possible that that's going to be a thing, not just for me, but across the board. Patreon and stuff like that is going to be how we keep going. So thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Like, that used to be just a nice bonus that I appreciated, but now it's like, fuck, kind of actually need that. So thank you. Holy shit, that was beautiful. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Do I know any good retro gaming stores in New York? Because I only know one in the city. I don't. I've actually spent very little time in New York City for a long time. I was briefly there last year, but only to land, and then I went out to New Jersey. So I'm not the guy to ask. Do I have a Neo Geo CD? I do not. Chaos Rabbit, yeah, man, 4 hours in. This is why I do this shit without Emery and Aaron, because they suck. They're fucking pussies. Chaos Rabbit knows what I'm talking about. Go to Hard Off. They have a really good selection, but there isn't really any in Osaka. If that's I am going to Osaka, although Google Maps seemed to indicate that there were, but if you've been there, I don't know. Fuck if I know. I will still support you even if YouTube exploded in my face. Thank you, Laudmod. I appreciate that. Bolton Gaming says, by the way, Adam, we've been friends on Facebook for 3 years. Well, happy friend-iversary. Do I still own my first Xbox One? Yeah, dude, I never get rid of anything. I thought about upgrading my camera. Yeah, dude, that was a Patreon goal for a while, but I don't see that happening anytime soon, unfortunately. I did apply to this YouTube course in New York, funny enough that we just mentioned New York. If I get into that, then I should have the ability to get a new camera through this project, but the odds of that happening are so fucking minuscule. Oh, you liked my Kermit the Frog impression.
Hi-ho, everyone. Thank you very much for watching the really great show. Kermit the Frog. Okay, goodbye.
You can tell, certain voices need triggers, And that one's, the trigger is,
Hi ho, everyone.
you have to do that first to get into the character. I've been streaming for 3 days. Dude, I'd be dead. 360 or Wii U, which is better? Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, probably had more solid experiences on the 360 just due to the amount of time it existed and the amount of content it has. But I developed more of a passion for the Wii U. So I know that doesn't really answer your question. That's weird. Marquise M just super chat, not much, but have half a coffee on me. Safe travels. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Seriously. Yeah, I'm actually I probably should get going soon. Cuz I still have to finish packing my bag, then I have to drive out to the suburbs where I will be spending the night. Then I have to I'll sleep for like 3 hours, and then I have to go off to the airport. And then I'll be, dude, my flight plan's gonna suck. Like, I have to be at O'Hare by 4 a.m. And then go through all that shit, and then I'll get on my flight at 6, get to San Francisco by like 9 a.m. San Francisco time, wait there for like 3 hours, probably buy that cup of coffee you just paid for. Thank you. And then I fly 12 hours to Osaka, land at 3, have to meet up with the girlfriend, who she doesn't land until like 5. So I have to sit there in the airport for like 2 more hours, find her, then we find our way to the hotel, and then we have to find a way to stay up for like another 5-6 hours until it's like logically time to sleep, and then we should be good. Oh, that's gonna be brutal. And I did not sleep well last night, unfortunately. Randall Cornick just donated as well. Thank you. He says, do you think the PS4 will ever reach sales of the PS2? I never would have guessed that would be possible, but it looks like it is. So if Sony keeps just pushing that console, man, who knows? What are they currently at? Like 55 million or something? I mean, that's tough because you're talking about 155 million in the PS2, which is insane. And the PS2 had the advantage of casuals buying it for DVD player purposes. This doesn't have that. And it also has if we do ever count it, its numbers will be kind of fudged because it also is using the PS4 Pro, which in a weird way is like almost like having 2 consoles from the same total, if that makes any sense. I don't know. People are saying, dude, get some sleep. Yeah, I probably should, but I can't. I gotta pack up and I gotta drive, and I don't even know if I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I don't know if there's a point, because if I try, I'll sleep for like 2 hours and then I'll have to get up. That might actually be worse. Maybe I could sleep on the plane, but I'm not good at that shit. I'm thinking I might, if I can, I'll do a live stream in Japan. I'm going to be completely at the mercy of my internet connection in the hotel, though. Because I'm not going to go to like a Starbucks and do it or anything, or whatever the fuck kind of coffee chain or whatever I can find. If the connection's stable enough, I'll do something. But odds are it would be at a time where like only people in New Zealand and Australia are watching, which would be kind of nice for you guys. If there's any of you watching right now, you'll get your own live stream. How do you think 3DS got so many sales? People bought it. I don't know. I don't have any other special answer there. Tell you what, in about 9 minutes, I will have been streaming for 4.5 fucking hours. We'll cut it off at that point. How about that? Does that sound good? Let's bro fist it. Look, bump it. I'm sorry, I'm becoming retarded, aren't I? Do I still have my first Atari 2600, Sega Genesis, and PS1? Yeah, dude, I do not get rid of consoles, like, ever. It takes a lot for me to get rid of one. Shave your beard before you go. I did, actually. This is trimmed. Richard R. just gave me $5. Thank you. Do you have a comment, dude? Thank you for the super chat. Osaka is like LA. It's LA County and the city of LA. There are hard-offs in Osaka Prefecture, but not the city of Osaka, the city. Enjoy Osaka. It's a great place. That's actually pretty helpful because Los Angeles is weird. It's the city, and then there's a county of the city. And I get what you're saying. I was just there a week ago, so yeah, I got you. Thank you. Tweet me like before if you get lost. Oh, Richard, do me a solid. Can you tweet me tonight? I don't know if I'm following you, but I should be. Hit me up tonight, okay? Please send me a tweet. You were the one giving me advice about places in Osaka, right? Like about was it Den or no? That was Thin Gamer. You gave me a list of things. I remember. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Just hit me up on Twitter. Send me a tweet and we'll communicate. Thank you. Can I do a Mass Effect Andromeda face? Not really. I'm not made out of cartoons. Although I do voice some of them, apparently. Hope you upload a live stream or recorded video. Have a great time. Thank you. In Japan? Yeah, again, if the connection's stable, I'll do it. I will film stuff there regardless, and I will edit it when I get back. And we'll see what I can come up with. That's actually one of the phrases I programmed into my phone was, may I film in your store? Lodmot, your hair is awesome right now, man. Thank you. That's the power of sweat. Thank you, Lodmot. Avoid downtown when going to Winnipeg. It's dangerous. Randall, you in Winnipeg? If you are, please come to FanQuest. I don't want to be like, I went up there and nobody showed up. As for downtown, dude, it's Canada. I'll be fine. I'm an American. I scare you guys. I'll just like go boo and they'll run. Just kidding. Yeah, we've been here for 4.5 hours. It's getting intense. I'm starting to get a headache. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. I promise you guys I'll go for another 6 minutes. 6 minutes, and I'm out. So any last minute super shout outs or whatever, we can do them now. Do I think there will be a 10th gen of consoles? You have to have a 9th gen before that'll happen, and I don't even think there'll be a 9th gen. No, the Switch is not 9th gen. No, the Scorpio is not 9th gen. No, the PS4 is not 9th gen. They could debatably be considered that later, but right now we're kind of in this I don't fucking know what they are mode. If you were a Muppet, who would you be? Probably Kermit, because that's the one I can voice. I can kind of do Miss Piggy, but I can only do like emotional Miss Piggy. Hey, Stefan just gave me 10 euros. Thank you. One serving of Oko. All right, I did take a Japanese class. I can do this. Oko no miyaki coming up. Isn't that like that weird Japanese pizza? Thank you, Stefan. Send me a picture or a description or something of that, and we'll figure that out. Thank you, Stefan. Seriously. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I can kind of do a Miss Piggy, but it's only like, Gurmy, how can you mess up with my frog? You know, like this few like lines, but like when Frank Oz did the voice originally, and when he gets kind of deeper with it, I can't do that version of it. That'll do. Like, you know, like I can't even fake it. Like I can only do that high pitched one that he did. Is that a Pornhub tab on your browser? No, that would be the streaming service. That's OBS and the actual YouTube broadcasting software. See, you can see a little movement there. That's me watching myself. And then behind it is just fucking YouTube. Not everybody just sits around watching porn all day, buddy. Some of us have girlfriends. How do you use Super Chat? Below the chat, there's a dollar symbol. And in there, you can put in whatever amount of money you want. It ranges between $1 to $500. Don't give me $500. And based on the amount, the comment will stay longer in the chat. People can see it longer. Your comment's obviously highlighted. And as just a courtesy to you, I will instantly read out your comment. So there you go. I think it requires a credit card, although I'm not totally sure. Actually, somebody who's done it, you can explain how it works. If I don't know if it links through PayPal or if it's credit only or what the deal is. I'm making this day better and better. Good. Because my night's about to suck. I still have to drive, like... After I get off this, I have to finish packing up my bag. Like, just so you guys know what my agenda is for tonight. As soon as I get off this, I have to finish packing up. Make sure I have everything. Make sure I haven't totally fucked up. And then I have to clean stuff up, which I just made a huge mess with all that Wii U shit. I guess I'll test this when I get back because I'm not going to deal with it now. Lock everything up, turn everything off, all that bullshit. Then I have to drive out to the suburbs for like 40 minutes. Then I have to get in my house and try to sleep for a little while before waking up in just a few hours to go fucking do all that shit. And I'll be on a plane. I have to get to fucking O'Hare at 4. And then go through security and all. Well, I have TSA pre-check, so I should be okay, at least in that part. But yeah. Adam, what would you do if someone gave you $500 in Super Chat? I'd probably just sit here in silence for a minute out of shock. People are saying it does require a credit card. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I didn't know if it worked with PayPal or what. Julian's quoting me and hang on. Phobius, aka Stefan, says okonomiyaki is like a hearty pancakes with cabbage and sometimes cheese. Sounds intense. Julian says some of us have girlfriends, quoting me. Hey Adam, how is it in that orchard doing? How's that orchard doing with you throwing all that shade around it? I don't know. It seems to be doing all right. Damn, refill my coffee, bro. I'm not going to. I'm going to try and not drink any other coffee tonight because I want to try and get a couple of hours of sleep in before the flight. But I don't know. I'm kind of fucked because either way I'm going to be really tired. I'm going to try like hell to sleep on either of the planes, but I feel like I'm going to get screwed because I suck at sleeping on planes. I try, but I'm terrible at it. Did I mod my Wii U to make it region free? No, I haven't done that. Obviously, I just got one. Well, if you watched the stream earlier, I unboxed one. I'm thinking about doing it with this one to have like a sacrificial Wii U, so I could play the imports and stuff on it. But obviously, I haven't done any of that. I mean, I haven't even fully tested it. It was opened on this stream. All right. We got a minute left, so we'll go out with I guess a big question, unless anybody has some super chat thing they want to do to prioritize. Otherwise, I'll just pick at random. So let's see here. All right, this is not video game related, but I like it. Who is someone you look up to in the film industry? The obvious answer is George Lucas. I know a lot of people don't like him for reasons that, the prequels were bad. Dude, he just made a couple of bad movies. Who gives a shit? Like, the dude inspired a generation to do so many things with Star Wars. And he's such a good human being. Like, all the money he's made and, like, the amount of it he gives away to charities and all that shit is unreal. And my city was stupid enough to fuck up on his museum. Like, he was going to build a museum here. Like, it was called people were calling it the Star Wars Museum, but it was a film museum. And he literally was giving us $1 billion museum on his dime for nothing. And our city wanted it, our governor wanted it, our state wanted it, everybody wanted it, except this stupid little parks department that technically had the authority to stop him, and they used it. So we got fucked out of it. Although he bought a condo. He actually lives here now. He has a condo up on the north side. The most expensive piece of real estate ever purchased in Chicago, apparently. He paid like $37 million for a single apartment. I mean, there's been houses sold for more, like Michael Jordan's house and stuff like that, but that's like a house, a giant fucking mansion, like in the city proper. That's insane. Jesse Owens, thank you, just super chatted. Will you be looking for an SG-1000 while you're in Japan? Will there be a review? If so, I'll look around for SG-1000 stuff. I would definitely do a video on it, but there may be SG-1000 possibilities in the future. Let's look at it that way. I'm gonna go out being kind of mysterious. So I think it's time. I'm past my time limit here. I'm going to go and get myself together, because I am going to Japan tonight. Woo! And I'm fucking exhausted. So I want to thank you guys for watching. It's still 170 of you in here. Highest point was like 220. I mean, for the most part, it was right in there in that same range of around 170 to 180. So thank you guys a lot. And especially thank you to all the people who super chatted. It was very generous of you. If I hate to say it, but if you want to do things like that, I can also suggest the Patreon, because at least then you get early access to videos and podcasts and all that kind of stuff. Regardless, you do you. Thank you very much for the support. I really appreciate it. And I will do my best to make some sort of stream in Japan if I can. I'll probably post about it on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all that bullshit. All the links for that in the description. And this video will be public. You can watch it later if you want to. I think that's about it. I think we got it all covered here, boys and ladies and gentlemen. There's probably not too many ladies out there, but nevertheless. Yeah, guys, thank you very much. I will, I guess, see you all later. Have a good night, everyone.